Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians home and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, transmit our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wá, fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa. Àgbéga, àgbéga, àgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làgbọ́n mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òdàdìdé bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀. Ohun àbájọrò kì í pẹ́ kú. Ohun àṣepọ̀ nílẹ̀ yẹ. Ẹ̀yìn ọ̀la wa ti dára o. Àwa Èkìtì a ti parapọ̀. Ká parapọ̀ ká tún panú pọ̀. Àwa Èkìtì a ti gbòmìnira ọ̀rọ̀ kan làwa ṣe. Èkìtì, Èkìtì ti gbòmìnira. Èkìtì, Èkìtì ti gbòmìnira. Àwa Èkìtì iwájú la ó máa lọ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Àwa Èkìtì ọ̀kan ṣoṣo máa ní wá ó láéláé.
Pray. Almighty God, ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee for your dedication to service, for your passion for development in Ekiti State, and for your commitment Ekiti people are also happy that this is happening in your time. I must commend us for everything we are doing for our dear state. On that note, I will quickly want us to go through our votes and proceedings for Monday, the 7th day of October, 2024. And I will quickly want us to go through from page 1. In case you have any comments or any observation, you can signify. And I want us to look at page 2. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. And page 5. Yes, I have read through and I confirm that everything contained therein is a true reflection of what transpired at our plenary sitting of Monday, 7th October 2024. And on that note, the votes and proceeding is hereby approved. Yes. Any message from the governor?
The Right Honorable Speaker, sir, we don't have message from the governor.
Is there any other announcement?
Yes, there's one, sir.
Please, can I have it? Thank you. Okay, yeah. All right, this is a letter from Urban Renewal Agency. I think this is one of the agencies that's supposed to appear before this house yesterday. And it was our resolution yesterday that those agencies, ministry and agency and department that are not here yesterday, they should write to the House so as to give reasons why a disciplinary action should not be taken against them. And the urban and regional agencies have written to us and given their reasons, which borders on a little miscommunication between them and our registry, and which necessitated why they are not here. They are humbly requesting that we consider them for another day. I think based on that, I believe that this house, we should also reconsider them. If you're in support, I will consider them to appear another time. Say hi. The high service. Yes. Any public petition?
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, we have one.
Okay, I call on the leader of the House to read the petition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, good morning. This is a wonderful day. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a petition from one of our constituents, and it's an appeal for sanity, security of lives and properties in Aisegba Ekiti. It reads as follows. I write as an indigene of Aisegba Ekiti and one of the threatened man by a member of your government and party in Aisegba. Right Honorable Sir, one of the councillors named by name Damilola Akinola, a non-indigene that got a councillorship slot belonging to Aisegba Ward 1 after it was imposed on us, has been constituting nuisance in the town since became councillor. Damilola Akinola has been fighting and beating everyone in the town and giving the party APC and by extension Bao government a bad name. To confirm my report, sir, Damilola fought and beat up some high chiefs in Esegba on the 1st of October 2024. He cut their beads and tore their clothes. Right, sir, it took the intervention of the officers of the Civil Defense Corps to return sanity to the town after Councillor Damilola went on his usual rampage. The fight was so tense that Aniji almost lost his life after he was caught with
Sorry, hold on,
matches.
please. I think at the media, can you please reduce the echo? Reduce the echo, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
The fight was so tense that Aniji almost lost his life after he was caught with machetes on the head. I and random person from the town will be ready to testify if called upon, as the old town is already helpless. Our prayers, sir. Councillor Damilola. But Councillor Damilola is telling everybody otherwise, and this can affect our party in future elections. 3, that we need the security in town strengthened to prevent or arrest more trouble for Councillor Damilola. This is a call for rescue, sir, and we appreciate if this letter is treated with utmost and accelerated attention. Thanks, and God bless you, and God bless Ekiti State. Yours faithfully, Fatuku Olorunfemi.
Yeah, thank you. Can we please lay the petition? Well, since this petition is against a public official, we will also commit them same to the Committee on Public Petition to look into it. And please, we'll just give you 2 weeks because of other petitions that you have, that you should look into this within 2 weeks, and please ensure you communicate the House with necessary recommendations. But please ensure that you look into it objectively, knowing fully well that this justice has to be done, and justice is to all parties involved. Thank you very much. So the petition is hereby committed to Committee of Public Petition. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any matter of urgent public importance?
Capacity speaker, none as of today.
Any personal explanation?
No, sir.
All right. On that note, I call on the leader of the House to take us through the order of the day.
Thank you once again, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I have the order paper for Tuesday, 8 October 2024 here with me. And on the order of the day, here are 2 items. Item 1 is the presentation of account of stewardship by heads of ministries, departments, agencies, and institutions in Ekiti State. 1A is
Yes, first of all, do
Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State. 1B, Ekiti State Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency. 1C, Civil Service Commission. 1D, Office of Surveyor General. 1E, Ekiti State Housing Corporation. 1F, Ministry of Justice. 1G, Ministry of Rural and Community Development. 1H, Bureau of Public Procurement, 1I, Ekiti State Water and Sewage Company Limited, 1J, Ekiti State Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency, 1K, Office of Accountant General, 1L, Ministry of Finance. And the second item is adjournment.
All right. I'll quickly move for reordering of item F to come to A. Then the rest can proceed. Then A will be B, B will be C, in that order.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion that items F on our order, which is Ministry of Justice, is brought up to A, and all the other continues as initially.
No, you are only asking me to do that. Dear colleagues, we will reorder the items so that we can move item F to A. Then the others will now begin to follow from B to C and to L. So, okay, let me put it to a question. If you are in support that we move item F to A, and while we continue the numbering from there, say aye. If against say nay, the ayes have it. Second at a time, call Minister of Justice.
All right, thank you. Speaker.
Thanks, my dear colleagues.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we have before us the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Justice, also doubles as the Attorney General of Ekiti State in front of us. With your express permission, maybe he can introduce himself to present his account of stewardship.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, can we meet you, sir?
The Right Honorable Speaker and the responsible and responsive legislators of the 7th Assembly. Good morning. My name is Dayo Apata, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I am the Attorney General of Ekiti State and Commissioner for Justice. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity given to come before you this morning. And let me also thank you and appreciate you and the 7th Assembly for the cooperation and an industry that you have been put into this legislative work in Ekiti State, and also the work of this legislation, which is also part of our work in the Ministry of Justice. I want to thank you profusely for the assistance, the support, and the encouragement. Thank you very much.
Well, if you don't mind, sir, you may wish to introduce your member of your team.
Oh, and I have with me, as my team in the Ministry of Justice, is Mr. Bamishe, the Solicitor General of Ekiti State and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice. And I have Mrs. Shola Salami, the Director of Finance and Account. And I have the Director of Admin and Supply. Mr. Okripe, thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you will recall that sometimes last year, this House got the receipts of your nomination. And after that, screening was done.
Yes, sir.
And the House also confirmed your appointment.
Yes, sir.
Which was your nomination, which was the basis for your swearing in.
Yes, sir.
It's on that note that the House is also calling you this time to give account of your stewardship since you became the Attorney General, but we will focus on January to August in line with our standing order and also in line with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes. So we will, though I'm looking at what you have submitted, I realize that you only deal with the figures. Probably, I don't know if the person who prepared it did not read our letter very well. That is an account of stewardship, which is it's not just about the figures. With the consent of my colleagues, I don't know if you will allow the Honorable Commissioner for Justice and the Attorney General to quickly tell us, if it's not going to be too much, what he has done in the last 1 year. I will need your, because looking at what we have here does not speak to the activities, which is one of the major reasons. This exercise is in 4 phases. The first phase is the presentation of stewardship accounts. Second phase is our, we call that one, the first one is at the plenary session. The second phase is at our executive session, that is the technical session, where we look into all details contained here. And we have the third section phase that in case there are capital projects, there are things that we need to see, just like in legal palace. Yes. We'll have a visit to the locals in Kuhua so that we can see for ourselves to ascertain those claims, particularly that you must have mentioned. And the last stage is, which is for us to write our reports. So, Right Honorable Akim Jami, your opinion, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me sincerely apologize for the...
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, good morning. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to seek the indulgence of my colleagues too. Since the Commissioner for Justice is here, the Honorable Attorney General is here, and we have been partners in progress, we can, with the indulgence of my colleagues, we can listen to him briefly, but let his team go and do a proper account of stewardship. And I want to suggest that they meet us at the executive session. But since the Attorney General is here, and we can take him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, any other comments? Yes, Honorable Tejo Kuiga. Thank you. Your comments. You have been recognized. You have to say something. All right, since you are communicating with Honorable Tunde, okay, say okay, please stand up and talk.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Honorable Babatunde Oke, representing Ikere Constituency 1. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to align myself with the submission of Right Honorable Akim Jamiu that the Honorable Attorney General should be allowed to go ahead with the account of stewardship, while the bureaucracy can do the proper documentation and bring it to the executive session. Thank you.
Well, I put it a question that if you are in support that the Attorney General be allowed to present his account of stewardship and to, when he's appearing before the executive session, then he can also come with other materials needed detailing his activities. Say hi. If I get say nay, the eyes have it. I must say, because of people also watching us, that this is not a double standard. Because the Office of the Attorney General and the House of Assembly will have this working relationship. We know that some of the things he was going to say today, we know part of it. And not that alone, we also realize his busy schedule, particularly the need to attend to so many other things. And that is why we will give him this consideration. So, Attorney General, sir, we must also inform you that this exercise is being live on our YouTube channel, Facebook, and other social media platforms.
Yes.
The same way I am looking at you now on that screen. That's how people are also watching you. Yes, let them, so that they will understand. Same way that I'm watching you, sir, looking at you right there. That's how people are also looking at you all over. I've had cause to receive calls from outside the country, UK, even Singapore, Canada, US, and some other African countries. People out there also calling us to say they are watching and following what we are doing here. So I need to also let you know, sir, that this exercise is being live, and our people at home are also watching. Same way I am watching you here. That's how they are watching you on their phone, their iPad, everywhere, like that, sir. So we also want to listen to you now, sir, what you have done within the last 1 year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me also apologize for not coming with a comprehensive account of stewardship. And we said we are promising that within the next few hours, we will get a comprehensive document before the assembly. And while discussing about the stewardship, upon my swearing in, what we did was, in the Ministry of Justice, was to first of all define the administration of justice. That administration of justice does not start and stop with the government, which is the Ministry of Justice. That's the arm of government, which is the legal advisory arm of the government. What we did was to go to all the other formations that are connected one way or the other with the administration of justice. We met the NCDC seeking their cooperation in administration of justice in Ekiti State. We met the police, the DSS, Amotekun, and the prisons, correctional centers. So what we did was to ensure that there is a synergy and a good working relationship with all these agencies, because we know that with their assistance and collaboration and cooperation, we will be able to achieve much. And I want to say that we have achieved so much in this area, because what we were doing before through mails, we can now discuss it through phone, and that has already speed up issues relating to administration of justice. So let me quickly go through about 3 or 4 areas which we have concentrated on. That's the first one, is the prosecution. By prosecution, we can say that we will send the data and the statistics of the cases that has been taken to court and the cases that have been won. And we can say that we have 75%.
1 minute, sir. Media, I'm not pleased with the echo I'm getting from this this morning. Try and reduce the echo. Can you get that? Is it better now? Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So in prosecution, we have intensified effort. First, the issue is the ways in which prosecution are done. If it is the length is too much, it creates congestion in prisons. So what we have done is areas in which we are with the government has special interest. That's on the maybe gender-based violence, issues of rape, kidnapping. We have already made sure that as soon as the files are sent to the Ministry of Justice, we ensure that we go with prompt prosecution. And I can say that 60 to 65% of these cases are have been successfully dealt with in the court. And also the issues relating to congestion of prison, because that has been an issue which is very paramount in the administration of justice. What we have done is to go through the memo to the governor on it so that we can set up the prerogative of mercy committee. And upon the approval of the governor, we have already commenced looking into all the cases in which the government can look into granting those who have been convicted prerogative, the mercies, so that also would ensure the congestion of the correctional center. And also on our own side, the Ministry of Justice, we liaise with the ministry, with the correctional center, and we got the list of all those people that we know that the Ministry of Justice can even pay off. Those who have been convicted, who have been fined, who have been sent convicted and given option of fine, and they are still serving in the correctional center. What we have done is to liaise with them. We pay off those money with the little we have, and so as to set them free. With this now, we are trying as much as possible to ensure that the correctional center is decongested. On that, if I also have to go through the issues on litigation, I want to say I've been happy because when we came in, I recall that in this Hallowed Chamber, with the issue of judgment debt were discussed, and we have so much on judgment debt, but we have been able to manage the judgment debt since this administration. We've not had any issues which could create some dislocation with the fund of the government. We have so much that we inherited, about 5 major ones that ran into billions, but we have been able to, through our own effort, to make sure that the courts does not grant any garnishing order which could create major problem. And I think that can be the major one which the Ministry of Justice has been working on since we came in. And I want to talk about the citizens' rights. That's the department which is our legal aid department. And we have received so many.
Sorry, Attorney General. I'm sorry. We have to just do it. Stand down, 3 minutes stand down to attend to one issue. Very critical now. Please stand down 3 minutes. Thank you. Yes, let us General please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I was on citizens' rights.
Okay.
The citizens' rights has been a major area in the administration of justice in any jurisdiction, which can assist the less privileged and the indigent in resolving their problems and reconciling them. So what we did within the last 1 year was to train 6 lawyers. Today, the Ministry of Justice can boast of 6 chartered mediators. And that is what we do, because we feel that by so doing, number one, we'll be able to reduce the problem in the court of long adjournment. And I can say that the Ministry of Justice citizens' rights might just be one of the best we have in the country. And also, let me also discuss on the justice of peace. In the administration of justice in Ekiti, what we have done was to go into the town and request for expression of interest for those that we are fit and proper persons that could be conferred with justice of peace. What our thinking is that in their jurisdiction, every part of where they are, they will be able to administer justice within the limited powers which is conferred under the law. So, and I can say that I think we have as much as 30 to 40 justices of peace in Ekiti today, and that's within the last 1 year. So that is the issue which is even which was my opening, is the bills that have been passed. I want to announce that several bills we've already prepared it. The last one that we just did was on the motorcycle riders. We feel that what the Ekiti needs some peace, so we came up with a bill that will amend the laws, which with hitherto has been used by the Okada riders, which we are bringing in within the next 24 hours to the Hallows Chamber. And the essence of this law is to ensure that soft targets are not used by all the Okada riders. But what we have in that law is to make sure that all Okada riders in Ekiti, they are registered, they have data captured, their data are captured, and the numbers and everything are in place, so that they will not be using their motorcycles in perpetrating crimes. So this is in a capsule what we have done in the areas of administration of justice, in litigation, in prosecution, and in legal drafting. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I've known, brethren, dear colleagues, you have listened to the Attorney General. But however, sir, you can quickly run through your, what's it called? Your finances now.
Thank you very much, sir. Our finances, the accounts, we've already submitted it, and if I may just quickly go through it, the first page is to be the overhead for the main ministry. From on it, we have the details, the 2024 approved budget and the actuals. For the approved budget, if I would just go through, so that I won't waste the time of this of the chambers, we have 305,252,500.00, and we are the actual from between January to August is 245,117,976.80, and that is for the overhead for the main ministry. For the second page is the Public Complaint Center, which we have inside the Oba. The approved budget is 1.7 with some fractions, while what we have spent to date is from January to August is 990,000. And also, the third in our presentation is citizens' rights, which I have copiously discussed with the assembly. As the approved budget is 2.540,000, and what we have spent as actual is 1,560,000 to date. That's from January to August. And our revenue, and I want to gladly announce that what we have is 216 million. And from January to August, we have exceeded it. We are in fact, in triple times of 528 million, 133,186.69. Thank you very much.
Any question, dear colleagues? Honorable Tony Adramodu.
Right, Honorable Speaker, dear colleagues, my name is Honorable Tony Kende Adramodu, representing the good people of Southwest Constituency 1. Honorable Commissioner, sir, you agree with me that your ministry, judiciary, is the last hope of the common man.
Ministry of Justice.
Minister of Justice, yeah. Okay? You've dealt with, I was listening to your presentation. You dealt with the congestion of the prisons. However, I want to ask you, how just there are some at times there are some delays in dispensation of justice, in which you are aware. Then there are some people that are awaiting trials. What are you doing to make sure that we have a seamless time on this, so that our people will get quick justice? Thank you.
Yes, I will take all the questions together, sir, so that you can just, yes. Who else? Seems that will be the only question. Then, Dr. Ojara, you can.
Thank you very much, sir. The administration of justice essentially is not, it has to do with conglomeration of different arms of government. We have the legislative arm, which makes the law. We have the executive, which enforces the law. And we have the judiciary. On issues relating to the congestion awaiting trial, it is, we have to look at it that the issue is a situation in which the courts are handicapped in terms of dispensing the judgment, in terms of adjournment. I would say, for example, we had some issues that relates to the issues relating to long trial, when 7 out of the judges in Ekiti went for over 6 months, I think, or even more than 6 months, for election petition. All the cases in those courts, there's nothing you can do about them. So the issue now has to do with, yes, the Ministry of Justice, we have already done our own best by ensuring, number one, prompt legal advice as soon as we receive the cases from the police. Then we arraign the suspect. What of if the court is not disposed to hearing the cases? So what we are doing now is to ensure that we have a very good collaboration with the judiciary to ensure that all the cases, in fact, what we are doing now is to create a synergy of getting that, okay, if it has to do with a rape and kidnap, we've already identified where the cases will go to. So the judges also, they already have the cases that will be assigned to them. So it is not the Ministry of Justice function alone, it is the function of not only the judiciary, even for the lawyers. A lawyer that has not been paid his salary, his fees, says that, oh, his fees have not been perfected. He writes a letter to the court seeking for adjournment. These are reasons that are creating this long trial. But we are not there, but it is a work in progress. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Attorney General. Let me also, even though I don't usually do this, but I need to also call the attention of my members to page 4. Page 4, which has to do with the revenue. When you look at the approved budgets and the targets for this ministry for year 2024, don't forget we are just still in October, and this report is even to August, not October. The revenue target for the ministry is 216 million. That's the target set for them that this House actually approved. But when you look at the actual as at August 2024 is 528. This is about 200%, over 200% performance. Because that is more than double of the expected revenue target for the ministry. I think we need to commend the ministry for doing a great job, particularly in terms of revenue generation. The drive is good, and they have to be commended for doing a great job in that regard. I even see sale of law of Ekiti State and publications. Okay, that one is not really performing, but legal fees, meaning that the ministry is working much to, instead of some of the, legal issues ordinary that would have been firm out, the ministry is the one handling it and then getting more revenue for the state. We commend you for this and for your effort, and we believe that next year will be more, meaning that the target for 2025 now will be around 700 million. If you've been able to, so at least we should be able to have like 700 million or 1 billion naira and set a great target for the ministry. But we commend you for that. We will wait to also receive your activities, your reports on that are very, very important. The next stage is the executive session, where members want to also look at the details. This is just a summary of activities, summary of finances, but at that time, for example, the one I'm commending, they want to see the details, how you come about the 500 million naira and other expenses, they want to see it, but that is at the executive session at our parliamentary hall. Then in case there are, like I mentioned earlier, there are areas that will require a visit to also see, then we will also do that when the time comes. But let me also commend you, sir, for doing a great job, particularly your synergy, the synergy we have with your office, and we believe that in the coming year, we'll have a better one. What we are doing is just in line with our Order 16, Rule 99, that also mandate before we even consider the next budget appropriation. There is also need for us to look at what has been done before now, because I know that you will understand better than some others when the whole essence of this. Sometimes we hear people, they've not been doing this. And I say that it's not being done does not mean it is not required. And I think it's time for us to continue to do, Order 14, Order 14, Rule 99. A commissioner shall forward to the House all reports required by statute within 3 months of the close of the reporting period, unless reasons for delay are given to the House. The statutory annual report of each ministry and of all boards and commissions and other agencies reporting to each ministry for the immediate past reporting period shall be presented to the House before the consideration of the ministry's estimates, unless reasons are given to the House for non-compliance. Just like that. And report returns and other documents required to be submitted to the House by any law of the State Assembly or under any standing order or resolution of the House, or that any commissioner wishes to forward to the House, may be deposited with the clerk, and just like that. And I also read that to some of them, Section 108 and also Section 128. Let me first of all read Section 108. Sub 2. A commissioner, that is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Section 1999 as amended. A commissioner of the government of a state shall attend the House of Assembly of the state if invited to explain to the House of Assembly the conduct of his ministry, and in particular when the affairs of that ministry are under discussion. Then Section 128. I know you have read this, but I just, at least for purpose of emphasis. Section 128 also, subject to the provision of this Constitution, a House of Assembly shall have power by resolution. Let me just go to the, to direct or cause to be directed an inquiry or investigation into, just like that. And I need you, sir. Why I'm reading this is for you to also educate our people properly on what we are doing in this house. Sorry. It says, any matter or thing with respect to which it has power to make laws, and the conduct of affairs of any person, authority, ministry, or government department charged or intended to be charged with the duty of or responsibility for executing or administering laws enacted by the House of Assembly, and disbursing or administering monies appropriated or to be appropriated by such House. The power conferred on the House of Assembly under the provisions of this section are accessible, and for the purpose of making laws with respect to any matter within its legislative competence, and to correct any defects in existing laws. And to Section 129, sir, I will just take D. It says, let me start Section 129. 1. For the purpose of any investigation under Section 128 of this Constitution, and subject to the provisions thereof, a House of Assembly or a committee appointed in accordance with Section 103 of this Constitution shall have power to procure all such evidence, written or oral, direct or circumstantial, as may think necessary or desirable, and examine all persons as witnesses whose evidence may be material or relevant. I'm just doing this so that people will understand that we don't do it, that we don't go into it, does not mean the powers are not there. Require such evidence to be given on oath, summon any person in Nigeria to give evidence at any place, or to produce any document or other thing in his possession or under his control, and to examine him as a witness and require him to produce any document or other thing in his possession or under his control, subject to all just exceptions, and to issue a warrant to compel the attendance of any person who, after having been summoned to attend, fails, refuses, or neglects to do so, and does not excuse such failure, refusal or neglect to the satisfaction of the House of Assembly or the committee, and order him to pay all costs which may have been occasioned in compelling him his attendance, or by reason of his failure, refusal, or neglect to obey the summons, and to impose such fine as may be prescribed for any such failure, refusal, or neglect, and any fine so imposed shall be recoverable in the same manner as a fine imposed by a court of law. A summons or warrant issued under this section may be served or executed by any member of the Nigerian police force or by any person authorized in that behalf by the Speaker of the House of Assembly of the state. That is just from the Constitution. And I'm doing this, sir, because I know you are the one that can also properly guide our people and let them understand the whole essence of this. But even this exercise is even not meant to witch hunt anybody. It's just like I tell people, anybody that is given saddle with this responsibility, holding one position, is in trust for the people. And the people are also, I think they need to also, we should be accountable to them. And that is what we are doing. Let the people know what you have done. Tell them. The House has also appropriated funds for us to appropriate the next one. It is for us to also understand what you have done with the last appropriation we did. How far? We cannot just continue to go that sakusa. If a ministry is not performing, what is the essence of appropriating fund? So we better look for people who understand what they are doing and appropriate more funds than to just release funds for people who lack initiative. And that is why we are here. And we will continue to do our job the way it should be done. So, and that is the whole essence of also going all that way. And wildlife transmission. Transparency is also required on our part for the people to also understand what we are doing. This house has said we want to be responsive, we want to be responsible, and responsiveness and responsibility is to be accountable also and to be transparent. And people should see that. And that is the essence of what we are doing. You are the Attorney General of the state, the Chief Law Officer of the state, and that is why I said, let us also look at the Constitution and to know that we have not done anything ultra-vires. It's within the law. Thank you very much. And I know you have your comment on that, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. Many years ago, if I may just chip this in, a question was asked that among the three arms of government, which one is the most powerful? Is it the legislative? Is it the executive? Is it the judiciary? It was a 1 hour argument. But at the end of the day, we found out that whoever is like an apex, who understood the law and who dispenses the law, or who makes the law, is actually the most powerful. And anything that is founded on that law, it will never tumble. What you have done, sir, is what is done in any modern climate. It is based on law. And this morning, for whole Nigeria, we have heard from the right honorable, not only it is not your expression, sir, but it is the expression of the law. You have read the law has not been amended. And if it has not been amended, we have to follow it. And that is what you are doing. And not only that one now, you have also used it in educating even ourselves, the members, and also the public. Because this is here in the public. Now we want to know what is the Ministry of Justice is doing. Not that we're just sitting down in the comfort of our offices and we keep on doing it, and we don't really do. We are accountable, and if we are accountable, we should come before the law, the authorized agency, and that is this Hello Chamber. I'm so happy, and I think on behalf of Ministry of Justice, thank you for what you're doing. Like I said in my opening, we thank you for what you're doing, the industry you are putting into the legislative process in Ekiti State. We know that things are moving, and I'm so happy that when I came in, the last time I came here, this place was not like this. The renovation is so good that we know that we will be part of it when it is being opened formally. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the distinguished members of this Halo Chamber. Thank you very much. Individually, we have our relationship, and as members of this 7th Assembly, I want to thank you for the cooperation that we are having with the Ministry of Justice. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. On that note, I will ask the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice to take a bow until we meet again at the executive session. And a member of his team can also join so that they can go. Thank you very much, sir. I forget, please, just help so that they can lay it before the house. What we have, it is still not the document of the house, so that we have it as a document of the house. And I know the Honorable Attorney General understands this. Thank you very much, sir. Now it has become the document of the house. Thank you very much. And dear colleagues, thank you. I needed to go down because that is the Attorney General of the state. He can, every time he's at the ESCO, he can always advise based on what we have said. Thank you, sir. Yes, leader of the house.
The next is Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State.
Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State, started Jaham. Let them come in.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, we have before us this afternoon the head of the broadcasting, as the General Manager of the Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State. Mr. Speaker, I'm over to you, please.
Thank you. And I also think, thank God we have the Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State in our midst. It seems today is a wedding anniversary of one of us. Yes, Honorable Fawekun, please, can you stand up for recognition? Let us see you. Let's stand up. As you can see, it seems today is so you have something to report. It looks like this is... Welcome. Thank you. Yes, sir, can we meet you?
Members of Ekiti State House of Assembly, I am Olupopola, the General Manager of the Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State.
Well, you may also wish to introduce a member of your team.
I have on the team the Director Admin and Services, Mr. Deji, Ayodeji Ajayi. And the next
No, please stand up. Oga, this is House of Assembly. Stand up, sir. I have not asked you to sit down. Sir, this is House of Assembly. It is when we ask you to sit down, you will sit. And when you are, see, these are noble men. They are not just there on their own. They are Ekiti people, elected them here. So it is not just them. Whatever you are doing here is doing it to Ekiti people and not the member here. Yes.
Next to him is the Director of Planning, Mr. Shebioko. And next is the Director of Engineering Services, Mr. Ibukun Oluwasomi. And the next on the row is the Director Finance, Mr. Ogungbe. And last but not the least, the only woman among us is the Director Marketing, Mrs. Famuyiwa.
Please sit down. Yes, thank you very much. I would say, Mr. Olupopola.
Yes, sir.
Just like I know you've heard us, that what we are doing is for you to now give your account of stewardship. Ordinarily, we'll have asked for 4 years account of stewardship of that outfit. But because the letter written was just for a period of January to August. But I won't mind if you can also give us other things that you think we should know in that outfit. But you are free now to tell us what you have done. And when I say you, I'm talking about the outfit. You are just the image of the outfit. So please tell us what is happening in BSCS from January to August that you think we should know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
But I am only surprised that the GM is coming and we cannot see any of your correspondence around. And I think I'm also surprised, and maybe I should even start, that this house is, by your outfit, you are under-reporting us. I have been to other jurisdictions. If you are at Ibadan, it's not about, of course, they have at least one particular day they come to even take the proceedings. They have a period that the proceedings will be here live and not at no cost to the assembly. It's just activities of government, and it shouldn't be executive and executive matters alone that will be reporting. I have not allowed you to speak before saying this because I also believe that it's very, very important. I have seen your letter on some other things. We will discuss that one. But in this, your outfit should also dedicate at least one day in a week to also take proceedings of this house. Probably maybe Wednesdays, when it is our Yoruba day, when we speak Yoruba, at least people can be more enlightened, educated, or any of the days. I believe that we can, and that you are coming. Of course, I expect that at least your reporter should be around. I don't know whether they are here, but I'm not sure they are here. I can't find any of them. I think they should be here, sir. At least BSCS is encompasses both television and the radio. So why is EKTV? Why is the radio? This is not good enough, sir.
Right, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Yes.
May I respond to, yeah. We have a permanent team in the House of Assembly covering all the proceedings in the Hallowed Chamber. And every day, we follow the proceedings and activities of the House.
Have you ever reported this account of stewardship?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
On daily basis.
All right, I will try everything I've said. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Sir, let me give a brief of the broadcasting service of Ekiti State. The station comprises radio and TV, and we are to serve Ekiti people, the government, to make sure that we get the policies of the government across to the people, and at the same time get the opinion, feel the pulses of the public and get it across to the government. And the government knows how important the services of the broadcasting outfit is, and that is why we were giving 20 kilowatt transmitters, radio and TV, to make sure that we fulfill our obligation. The corporation, through various educative programs, have been able to promote good governance, which is one of the pillars of the present administration. By and large, in the last few months, various activities, as enumerated below, have been carried out in order to improve on the delivery of our core mandate. The station was shut down, and when we came back, the first thing we discovered was that we had a lot of challenges. We have some challenges that we cannot handle. We have some that we can still come together as a team to solve. And the first was vehicles. We do not have operational vehicles. And by the nature of our job, we get to the office by 4 in the morning and we close by 11. So we need to move our people. So the first thing the management did was to pull resources together, and we bought 2 vehicles, a Picanto and a Camry, of course, used. And the problem with used vehicles, you have to be maintaining them regularly. So we spend a lot of money repairs of services, the serviceable operational vehicles available in the corporation. Then we have another one, the Hilux. The last time we were given vehicle in the establishment was 2010.
So sir, I don't think we should start from challenges. Start from what you have done.
No, that's right, Your Excellency, your Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
I'm taking the challenge, what we've done, the challenge, how we overcome.
Okay, dear colleagues, do you want it that way, or let him just tell us everything he has done, then you can now come to the challenges. Please tell us what you have done, then you can come back to the challenges.
So we bought 2 vehicles, and then we have another vehicle on the ground, which is a Hilux. It was given to us 2010. It was grounded. We have to repair it and make it roadworthy. Then another thing is we are not connected to the national grid. The government moved to make sure that we get connected to the national grid. So we were given a substation, but we are not given approval to get connected directly. So the management moved to make sure that we got the approval and we are now connected to the national grid as we speak. And that is why we are on air almost every day now. And good enough for us to now have 24 hours. The governor has promised that, has given the directive that we should be connected to the IPP. The poles have been erected. And also, to make sure that we provide security for our equipment, we've been able to install solar lights, then the street lights on our premises that have not been connected is well lit. So come to the premises at night, you see that the premises is well lit. Now, sir, when we came back, our social media presence was nil. And we knew we have to keep with the modern trend. So the first thing we did, we have to float our social media, and now we have presence on YouTube, Facebook. We run our radio programs on Radio Garden. Then we have to make sure that we got connected to Arabsat. Although Arabsat is 40 now, but we are on the platform. So they were able to see us in the West African region. And we now, for us to, at least to ensure that our presence is constant, we have to pay our annual due. The annual due of about 4 million, we paid about a month ago. Right Honorable Speaker, sir, we have, because of the nature of our job, we need to have people who are talented, people who have the gift of the gab. So we have, because we are not giving we do not have free hand to employ. So what we do is to make sure that we get contract staff. We employ contract staff that the corporation is paying from its purse. And to make sure again that all areas that are lacking, we are able to fill it. We have to collaborate with the technical college, Ado Ekiti, so that we can make use of their personnel to come and fill the gaps, vacuums that we have at the corporation. Again, Right Honorable Speaker, in a bid to train the upcoming broadcasters on the modern day broadcasting, a training institute with well-equipped studio has been established within the corporation. It is to find that the institute will generate revenue to the coffer of the corporation in future. About 2 weeks ago, the Board for Technical Education came to inspect the institute, and that's the first assessment that they've made, and they've told us what to do. And we are expecting, and we are putting those things on ground, so we are expecting the next visit. After that, the institute is good to go. And in order to make sure that we generate more revenue, because institute is going to generate revenue for us, we see other things that we can do to generate this revenue. We have to embark on tree planting. We have a vast land at Ifake Ekiti because we have a station there, AM station. Nothing is happening there now. So what we did.
What is happening to that station? What's happening?
Well, AM station is no longer in vogue. We wanted to turn it to FM station, but with
or a booster station, or you don't need it?
No, we don't need a booster station, just to have another FM station. But everything is left for the government to decide. We can only advise and give our suggestion. So we now planted trees at Ifaki, so we don't want it to lay fallow. Now we've been able to put about 700 sticks planted there at Ifaki. Then again, we do rent, we have outside offices. We have one at Ado here. Then we have one in Lagos. The one here, we rented a space, and of course the money was getting too much. So we have to make sure that we have a place at Ojauba that we bought. And we bought it for, I've forgotten about, but it will last for 15 years. So we have the office there to make sure the people come to jack up our revenue generation base. And again, we are working towards, because we have a facility in the transmitter hall that can distill water. So we are setting out to make sure that we start off with distilled water. We are going to connect with the Ministry of Education to make sure that schools were contacted and they should endeavor to buy distilled waters from us. On enhancing the capacity of our members of staff, the management embarked on training, seminars, in-house training, but we now discover that having them in-house is not enough. Training is even going outside the environment. So we sent about 3 people to JOS, TV College. We sent 2 people there. Then we sent 1 person to FRCN training school in Lagos to make sure that we increase the capacity of our members of staff. For us to make sure that we sustain our social media presence, we have to upgrade our internet facility. The MTN broadband, we have to upgrade it, but now we have even migrated from MTN broadband. We are now on Starlink. Starlink because we are directly connected to the satellite. It is effective, it is cheaper, and our system is now streaming better. Another one that we did was the provision of furniture. We have set for television studio. New set of furniture were provided in the television studio to ensure that the studio is conducive for operation. Renovation of staff clinic. Right, Honorable Speaker, sir, when this management got there, we discovered that the health status of our members of staff, of course, we know. Most of our civil servants were always weary of going to health facilities to check our health status. So the first thing we did was to make sure that we link up with EXUF, and we get EXUF to have an outreach at BSCS. Now we have a clinic at the Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State for members of staff and people living in the environment. And recently, about 2 months ago, we have to do a renovation because we want the health workers to have a conducive environment to work. Now again, Right Honorable Speaker, the premises is large. We have a very big premises that is hard for us to really make sure that we manage all. So we have to engage the services of our horticulturists to keep the frontage beautiful. So we have flowers, we bought more to make sure that the frontage, when you are passing, you see it and it's really, really beautiful. And again, in that complex, apart from the tree planting we had at Ifake, we planted trees at our station here at Iloku. About a month ago, we planted about 50 trees to make sure it adds beauty to the environment. Renovation of billboard. The billboard was renovated to promote the corporate image of the corporation. If you get there now, although this morning when you are going, because of the rain, a part of it has peeled, and I told the dust, we have to attend to it immediately. Again, we have the renovation of toilets and staff quarters. When we now discover that the rainy season is at hand, we have to meet with the unions. We have Ratau. They met with the management, and they have a building at the premises. And they ceded that building to us to renovate for our members of staff to stay overnight. And we are working on that now to make sure that we make it easy and worthwhile for our members of staff to work. And like I said, we have 2 offices, one here and one in Lagos. The Lagos office, we've been able to renovate it. They pushed 2 requests to us to provide AC and fridge and furniture. We've been able to provide furniture and fridge. The AC is the next thing that we are going to do. So those are what we've been able to do so far, Right Honorable Speaker. And we know we are still set to make sure that we team up with relevant MDAs to make sure that the vision and mission of BSCS is achieved.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, you have listened to the General Manager, BSCS. Yes, I know you have questions and comment for him. Honorable Abiodun Babatude Fawekun.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am Babatunde Abiodun Fawekun. I represent Idosi Constituency 1. The GM is well known to me. He's a performing GM, but let us go to page 2 of your presentation. Knowing fully well that BSCS is supposed to be a sort of revenue generation venture, But we have other privately owned radio and television stations in Ekiti State. And they thrive on their own, as in they run on their own with their fund, with what they generate, they run the station successfully. But when you look at BSCS, when you look at the 8 months quoted here, you see that the total income of BSCS, according to this presentation, is 62,118,592. While if you put your salary and your recurrent together, it is ×3 or ×4 of your income. How are you planning to turn around this? Because the station, without government interference, must be able to run on its own. Because every other radio station has no government intervention and they run purely on their own. So, please, DG, how do you want to make this place run on its own? Because this is, if I am an investor, if the government of Ekiti is an investor, is losing on investment. This is a loss. So, how do we do it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's a great question. And I think Mr. Lupupola, the general manager, will answer. Particularly, I know you to be somebody who can bring revolution and do the necessary reform. Let's look at this as a privately owned outfit. It is now your own investments. What do you do to turn around that station? Yes, Honorable Femi Fatula.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, I am Femi Fatula. I represent the group people of the Korle Constituency 1. The GM, sir, page 6 of this document shows your achievements, what to be able to achieve as that will form part of your capital project, if I'm right with that. But all what you wrote there was done at no cost. Because if you look at it from beginning to the end, the period of service, operational vehicles...
Sorry, sir, have you checked their table? The income and expenditures, I hope it's not...
It's not there.
It's not contained, okay.
Yes, sir. It's not there, sir. So
okay.
I just want to tell you, maybe if you are coming to executive session, that you should come with.
Yeah, I think that's what we are going to do, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, what he's trying to tell you, sir, is when you are coming to there is an account of stewardship. We've done repairs of operational vehicles. At what cost? We need it. It's important. We have payment of annual license. How much? Because your budget will come. And no figure, and we would use this as basis for whatever we are going to appropriate. Doesn't matter the envelope. This house is to now scrutinize what you have done with your previous budgets. And this is how we can do that, to also know what to appropriate. It is not, anybody can give any envelope anywhere. That is not enough as far as the house is concerned. And it is here that we determine what goes to where. And that is what we are doing. And that's why we want to see all accounts before the budget, next budget is passed. They will bring the budget, they will give you envelope. But please know that that is not the final. It is this house that will also decide. You can't, if you are expecting, they give you envelope of 1 billion. And this house has look at what you have done, your performance. That even in the previous budget that is even maybe 500 million. You can't even, the performance, your budget performance is less than 30%. Then why do we need to give you more? No. So, and that is why we need figures to see what you are spending money on, and we need to know how much you have expended and to see value, because that is most important. Value for money, value for your expenditure. If it is on frivolous expenses, we will know, we will see, and we know what to do with it. So please, sir, at the executive session, because we are going to have an interactive session, technical session, which is a executive session, where we will now look at all these details, figures. The House will consider, and that's our parliamentary, the date will be communicated so that when you are coming, sir, please, Director of Finance, who is Director of Finance? Because I know you are the one that will prepare that one. Come with every detail, and please, sir, tell him, play the devil's advocate. Just think that you are the one sitting here and begin to think, if I am the one, I will ask them this question. I will ask this question. Then ask those questions yourself. Then come with the necessary documents. So that, because we will not tell you come with this and come with that. But please ensure you come with those documents so that when they ask, you provide an answer to it at the executive session. Executive session might be a little bit different from what you are having here, because there we will deal with figures, we will look at everything total. And the third stage, we are also coming to look and see with our koro eyes all your claims. We look at the tree, know that this was planted that period that you mentioned, the thick artifact. We will go and count. I think you said how many? You planted how many? 700. We will go and count the 700 to know that we have 700 ticks. Yes. We will count every, Abi, is that not how to do it? That's our oversight function. Yes, for those of you who are building, when you are building, there is always a BOQ, bill of quantity, that specifies even the materials to be used, that talks to everything, the necessary. Don't worry, that you have built, we can count the blocks. And for those who are into road construction, we will look at your BEME. That is bill of engineering. We will look at everything. The thickness of the road, because the BEME, it says that it is 10 meters, it is this. Don't worry, we are coming with our tape rule. We are coming with our, what it's called, hammer, everything. We are coming to site. Unfortunately enough, this house, God has really blessed this house. We have engineer, we have accountant, we have lawyers, we have surveyors, we have electrical, we have everything here. It's a complete house. So you can't bobo us. I'm not just you alone. So we are coming to site. So please, all of you know that we will come to site to see. And where we don't have a professional among us on that field, this house, by our law, also allow us to come with a consultant. We will hire a consultant where we don't have that professional. So nobody, we will come with a professional who also understand that field. So you can, we will do our job the way it should be done. Please note that. This is just the first phase of the 4 phases of this exercise. It doesn't matter when, of course we don't mind, this exercise can take us till June next year. As we have completed that one, we will start another one for the new year. But note that this house will do the job the way it should be done, and we are ready to do our job. Yes, sir. So please, at the second session, come with those details as mentioned. I know you still have a question to be answered. Yes, before, is there another question before you answer? No. Okay, please, you can answer that one. You on your mic, sir.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir. To respond to the question that my honorable member asked. Sir, Broadcasting Service of Ekiti State is a government establishment. It's a government establishment. And we are to render social services to Ekiti people. And because of that, because we are baby of government, and that is why we have that peculiar nature. For me to say that if I should run that place as a private institution, a lot of things will have to be changed. Of course, the staff strength will not be that much. The compound will not be that big. The complex must not be that big. All these things be put into consideration. Even our transmitters might not have that strength because private stations, they have 5 kilowatts. We have 20 kilowatts. Radio 20 kilowatts, TV 20 kilowatts. We cover all the neighboring states. And before now, sir, what added to our burden? When we were spending close to 10 million on diesel every month, that's when we started shutting down. There's no private station that could withstand that. And it is all these things that we put in places for us to have that. But I tell you, sir, we have the capability to do more than this. And we are now taking steps. The first steps is for us to have 24-hour services, which we are working towards. We were running 24 hours on TV before when we were on Arabsat. But Arabsat has shut down now. But the moment we are connected to the IPP, I'll assure you in this house, we are going to run 24 hours. And that means more revenue into the purse of the corporation and, of course, of the government. And, sir, I need to say this. Our equipment are obsolete, highly. When that place was equipped, it was in 2010. In fact, the contract was not completed. And when the contractor left, the vendor left, he didn't leave us with any spare part. 5 years down the line, we started having fault. We started bypassing components of the equipment. The last time that the white man handling Pinnacle man came down here, he was surprised to see that those things are still working. And he said he commended our engineering department. That's the problem we are having. But the governor has promised, and action is on to make sure that the place is upgraded.
I was about asking you, when you know these equipments are obsolete, what have you done? How many memos have you issued? Because these are things that we also look at to also know that you are doing a great job right there. Because, sir, when you are coming to a executive session, we would like to see the memos you have initiated.
We will bring all of them,
and
sir.
the follow-up. Because some people, after writing one memo, the government, no, where is the follow-up? To show that you are also passionate about what you are doing. We want to see your memo and the follow-up letters to show that you are on top of this game, so that we will know where the issue lies. Because, let me tell you, government, like they said in the political panel, power is not served a la carte. Some of these things, you will not get it done a la carte. It's a buffet. You go there on your own to also. So please, you have to, of course, your creativity about this, your initiatives, I think they are also very, very important. I know you can effect that change. What we are also saying is that station also need change. And that change must start with you before you leave. At least let us also say, be proud of what we have. So that there is this premonition or assumption that when it is government thing, it's always not run properly. And and that is why I am one of the people who also believe that government has nothing doing in business. But there's no way we don't have government-owned station. You remember, anytime you on your TV and put it in NTA in those days, you are not always happy because of even the quality of the. Why is the quality not good? Why is it that other stations that are privately owned are good? Then we need to also begin to see, and I think we need mind shift. Part of what we need is mind shift by operators of, like for example, even public schools. When you compare public schools to privately owned schools, look at that one too. Even the private owned schools, what they are earning is very little to what the public schools are earning. So what happens? Why is it that the products of private-owned schools, why are they better? What is going on? And these are the things we need also to look at. So, and this same thing goes to your establishments, that we just have to look at it. And I also want to encourage staffs also to also brace up. Let us see this thing as our personal project. You understand? Let us see what we can do. And think, you see, I even told some people here, I say, stop thinking outside the box safe. You know, we all say, think as if there is no boss. It's because when we see you want to think outside the box, it's because there is something for you. Abi? But now think that there is even no boss at all. So how do we not do it? And I think, I know you can do it, sir. I know you can do it. So at the executive session also, please come with all the memos that you have initiated. Let us see it. Thank you very much.
We surely do that.
You have done a great job. Sir. But please, this house still require more of your reportage of our activities in this house.
We even want to ask if the possibility of us connecting to your streaming, so that anytime you are having proceedings like this,
why not?
If we can hook up, we are ready to do that.
And it's you know that when you look at our production, you know it's very clear, good, and the sound is also very, Go, sir, after now, go and look at our studio.
I'm following the
You just go inside, look at that studio. You will know that what we have there, digital mixer, you don't even have it in your station. Let's go. Thank you very much. I'm glad to have you. Please, you can take a bow and you go. Well, it is about 2 hours now. We will just take 10 minutes. At 2, we'll come back. Stretch your body. I've been told that when you are getting old, your bone can now begin to be stiff if you don't mind. So please don't let your bones stiff but please don't, you can just do that within the house, within the chamber. I mean, don't let us go out. At 2 o'clock, we'll reconvene. Thank you. Stand down. Thank you. You are welcome back. Leader of the House. Honorable Ayonide, you are welcome.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The next MDA is Ekiti State Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency.
Okay. Can we bring in Ekiti State Rural Water and Sanitation Agency? That's RUWASA.
Right Honorable Speaker, equally, I would like to raise a point of order.
Let him enter first. Where's RUWASA now? Yes. Hold on. Just hold on like that. Yes. Leader, you are not here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to raise Order 16.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Okay, Order 16. Yes.
That order. Rule. Sorry. Order 16. Order 7. Order 7, Rule 47.
Order 7.
Rule 47.
You may wish to read.
Ensure that no member or visitor shall enter the chamber or the public gallery of the House with any type of walking stick, firearms, or any offensive or dangerous weapon.
Order 7, Rule.
Order 7, Rule 40D. 47.
No, Order 7 does not have Rule 40. That cannot be Order 7. Let's check properly. Am I correct? Who is correct? Okay, Order 40 Rule. Oh, 40. 40 what?
47.
47, okay.
Ensure that no member or visitor shall enter the chamber or the public gallery of the House with any type of walking stick, firearms, or any offensive or dangerous weapon. I can see that this order.
You can ask the House to invoke Order. Is it Order 8? Yes. Rule. That allows to step down any of the. Yes. Yes, Order. We need to step down Order 7, Rule 47, for us to continue with him. Okay, the House is invoking its order to step down Order 7, Rule 47, to allow the Executive Secretary Ruwasa to walk in with his walking stick before this House. So that order is stepped down for the purpose of this particular presentation. Thank you. let us do it properly so that we are not accused of also flouting our own order. The Order 8, Rule 49, states that for us to be able to stand down any of our, or suspend any of our order, it will require two-thirds majority of those sitting that day. So, and it will require us to vote, so as to allow him to be able to address us while holding on to his walking stick or coming into the house with his walking stick. Having called our attention to the order by the leader of the house, that is 1, Order 7, Rule 47, and which is now asking this house to invoke Order 8, Rule 49. It's on that note I will put the question that if you're in support, that this house suspend Order 7, Rule 40 for the purpose of this session to allow the Executive Secretary of RUASA appear before this house with his walking stick, press yes. And if you're against, press no. Okay, on that note, if you're in support, you can raise your hand so that, because it requires counting. So, yes, who is counting? Sergeant Atal, can you count for me?
11.
If you're against,
11.
If you're against, raise your hand. How many? 0. So the ayes have it. Yes. Leader of the House.
Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, we have before us the Executive Secretary of Ekiti State Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency. Right Honorable Speaker, you may direct him to introduce himself.
The Honorable Speaker, members of this Honorable House, my name is Ayo Alegbele, the General Manager for Ekiti State Small Towns Rural Water Supply Sanitation Agency.
I'm sorry for also addressing you as the Secretary. So the right and nomenclature is the General Manager. Can you introduce your team?
Yeah, here present with me is Mr. Benga Owolabi, the Director of Planning and Monitoring. Next to him is Mrs. Daramola Margaret, the Director of Finance and Accounts.
All right, without wasting time, please kindly go to your document and tell this house what you have done in the last 1 year. Just go straight, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Like the name of the agency suggests, we are the agency started with the responsibility of providing water, sanitation, and hygiene in both the rural areas and the small towns of Ekiti State. And we are also engaged through that process by drilling boreholes and maintaining and operating very small schemes. The function of the agency mainly...
Please, leave the function,
okay.
Just take us to what you have done.
All right. For the past 1 year, we have been engaged in the provision of water and sanitation facilities in a total of 184 locations across Ekiti State.
Where can we find that? I'm looking for it, I can't find it.
Page. The details are not attached here.
Why? That is why you are here.
It's an oversight, sir. It's something that we can quickly get and bring back after this. Something.
That is the account of stewardship. I understand the returns, which is part of, but the account of returns will meet you at the executive session for the issue of the returns that you have made, particularly on the figures. But for what you have done is what you are doing now to your presentation, and it's not contained.
Actually, what we thought we were going to do here today was just to talk about our revenue and all these things.
No, what have you done with the revenue and the expenditure?
That's what I said.
If you have spent 100 million in your Ruwasa, I know you are not trying to laugh that you have spent 100 million.
More than 100 million.
You have spent more than 100 million.
Yes, sir.
So what are those things that you have done? That is what we want to know, and it should be here. Dear colleagues, what's your take on this? Let me just take somebody who was Yomi Ayorinde. What's your take?
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, let me first of all use this opportunity to tender my apology for arriving late for this plenary. Please accept my sincere apology for this. Right Honorable Speaker.
You told me you will not be available that time. Now why are you apologizing again? That one is noted.
Costly demand I do that openly, sir.
No problem.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would just like to plead, since he's still coming before us at the executive session, we may just allow him to make his presentation and come forward with all the details when he's coming for the executive session. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Right Honorable Akim Jami.
I also join my colleague to also plead on his behalf I'm so sorry. I was carried away during the step down. Let him enjoy the grace that we gave the AG today. And more so, he's not one of those who has disregarded this house by coming here with his team. Let's take him, and he will come with the details. He will go and prepare the document and come to our
well, thank you, sir. It seems today looks like a day of grace, special grace, not just grace, a special grace. Yesterday, a commissioner was here. He was sent back because the same thing you have done, and the commissioner was sent away because. But please, when next you are asked to present a card of stewardship, knows that your activities are very important. The other leg is the returns, which is about your income and expenditure. Very, very important. But I don't know if you are in support that it still go ahead to make his presentation say aye. If you are against say nay, the ayes have it. Please go ahead.
We have
No. Tell us the activities first.
Activities
of your agency, what you have done. We have done this, we have done this, okay. We have done that. That is what we have been. The debate is just because of that.
All right. Sir.
Yes.
Like I said, we have been able to provide water and sanitation facilities in 184 locations across the whole state. And I also want to thank the
Do you have the details of that?
I don't have it presently, and I said I will bring it back as you have allowed me, sir.
If not because we have voted, I wouldn't have allowed you to continue, sir.
I'm very sorry, sir. Very, very sorry, sir. It will not repeat itself. I thought I was coming just to present the accounts details.
No.
I'm very sorry, sir.
100 and what?
84 locations.
184 locations. So when you are coming to the executive session,
yes, sir,
come with the details.
Everything will come.
Details, everything.
Yes, sir.
Of 184 that you have sunk balls or what?
We have provided, we have rehabilitated facilities, and also provided boreholes in some areas.
So what you are going to do is, you have, out of that 184,
yes, sir,
the list of rehabilitated,
yes,
and the list of the new constructions, and the location.
We will do that, sir.
We want to have
everything will be there, sir.
Okay.
I'm very sorry, sir.
Please
everything will be there. So like I said, our revenue profile, we have an approved estimate of 2 million naira for 2024, and we were able to raise 2.220 million naira in our collection.
Is that the only thing you have done? Those boreholes, that's the only thing you have done?
No, I said we have done also toilet facilities too. Apart from boreholes, we did
How
toilet.
many locations?
In the toilet facilities, we have been able to do toilet facilities in about 12 schools and health centers.
12 schools?
Yes, sir.
But you are not sure in about...
12 schools, 12 schools.
Is it in about or in 12 schools?
In 12 schools.
Okay.
In 12 schools.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's where we have provided.
So you provide us with the schools?
With the schools and the locations and everything, sir.
But it will have been very good today, and I am not happy that
I'm very, very sorry.
that we take that decision, because the people will also want to hear the locations of where these facilities are situated in those schools, so that they will be able to confirm. At least, a lot of them are watching, so that they will know that, yeah, truly. Can you mention 5 of the locations?
5 of the?
The schools where you have these facilities.
Okay, sir.
Can you mention any of the 5? Just 5.
We have at Igogo Commercial Secondary School. We have at Asin AUD. We have at Holy Apostolic.
You can stand up and tell him if you know it.
Holy Apostolic Primary School, Asin.
Yeah, what else again?
Holy Apostolic Primary School, Asin Ekiti.
Asin Ekiti.
Asin Ekiti.
Okay, yes.
And also for watch facility in health center, we have a basic health center at Itapa Ekiti.
Itapa Ekiti.
Yes, and also basic health center as Awo Ekiti.
Basic health center at Awo. Okay.
And also we have basic health center at Ipole Iloro.
Ipole Iloro.
Yes,
you see how difficult it becomes now? Adebi, you have the document. It won't be. Yeah. So please, next time when you are coming.
I'm sorry, sir.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, please.
All right, sir. And our overheads also, we had an approved estimate of 60 million naira, of which we have assessed 57,425,000 naira for the overhead. And on the income, and on the capital, we had an income of, we have a capital income of, out of a budget of 1.3 billion naira, we've been able to have an income of 298,936,884 naira 26 kobo, of which we have used mainly to pay our contractors. And that is the size of it, sir.
Is that all?
That is all, sir.
All right, dear colleagues, any questions, clarifications to seek from him, and observations? Let's go. Yes, Honorable Farrakun.
Right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I believe we should reserve our question for this man at the executive section. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Else?
Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, I'm Honorable Tolige. I represent the Southwest Constituency 2. Right, Speaker, I would like the GM to explain to us during the budget presentation, when the Commissioner for Public Utility was here, he made us know that the SOWASH program was
yes, that is going to speak, yes, I remember.
Pilot basis, Ikere Ikole, and that later the project is going to be expanded into other parts of the state. So I want you to let us know, as that happened, and what is the area the Sawwash program is being extended to now, and where are the remaining parts that are to be covered, and when we are expecting our place members to be covered.
Thank you, Honorable. The Sawwash program is a World Bank supported program, which is a loan of 700 million naira, which is shared, although not equally, between participating states, of 7 participating states, of which Ekiti is part of it. Now, one aspect of the program is the P4R, that is performance for results. That is, if you do a facility with your own money, with the state money, the World Bank will come and then reimburse you that money they have spent. Then that money again, you use it to build another facility, on and on and on again. Now, Ekiti State Small Towns Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency is a major participant in this program. We are engaged in the provision of water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. Like I said, the 184 facilities that we have constructed so far or rehabilitated so far is under this Sawwash program, which at the end of the year, the World Bank...
Next time, sir, these are the details you should tell us. If your attention has not become called to it, these are the details that we need to know. When you were talking about the ball, you should have told us this was done under Sawwash, at least. Let me tell you, members, we have our information. Yeah. We can always call. Please give us everything we need to know.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, I apologize, Honorable House, that I did not come with the details of the project, but it will be made available at the next session, sir. What we are just doing is, for this year, we have been able to do about 184 projects, like I said, and before the end of this year again, we have, as soon as the supplementary budget is passed, we have put in place all the necessary things on ground so that we can do about a total of 110 water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities evenly distributed amongst all the 38 local governments and LCDs. We have the locations already on ground, and this World Bank process needs a lot of pre-construction works, which we have been trying to put in place so that as soon as the approval is given through the supplementary budget, we will quickly start awarding the contracts. We have, according to what the executive governor has said, he wants it to be spread evenly around the whole 38 LCDs. That is for the boreholes, water, borehole sanitation, and water facilities. In addition to that, we have some water schemes that are located all over, scattered all over the states, that are presently not in, they are not functioning. So we have categorized them in stages under this Sawwash program, where we'll be rehabilitating them phase by phase. For this year, we intend to award 4 rehabilitation projects so that schemes in area fowl, Ire, Oye Ire, Ikogosi, and Inyi will be captured this year.
But sorry, please,
Yeah.
if I may ask, because if you said you are still waiting for supplementary budget,
Yes,
you
sir.
have 400 million naira approved for Sawwash in under the 2024 budget.
Yeah.
And from the available records before us, unless you are saying that it's not there, you have expended 298 million naira.
Yes, sir.
That means you still have budget provision that you can still work with. Why are you waiting for supplementary budget to continue the project?
Like I said, we have done a lot of groundwork. Now, that money that we have left, we have to consider the contractors that we are still owing 5% retention fees, which has to be taken out of that 400 million. The remaining will not even be able to pay the contractors the mobilization fees. What we intend to do is...
You still have like 102 million naira.
Yes.
In the... So it's still in your budget. You have not expended it.
Yes,
It's still there. Okay.
that we use for
but
retention.
you are not thinking that you can use it for retention to clear the back.
Now, if you are going to award these contracts now, it will not be enough to do the mobilization. Mobilization, we are planning to do about 30 or 40% mobilization. So we need additional funds to mobilize contractors to site. More so, we are also planning a construction of Odoja water scheme in Ikerekiti. That is an artisan borehole that was discovered in 2021, and water has been gushing out water, and that scheme has been, that artisan borehole has been gushing out water uncontrollably since 2021.
I wish Honorable Tude Dowu is here now to listen to you, because he's passionate about it, and thank God that you are now beaming. You are telling this house that you are going to work on that.
Yes, His Excellency has approved money for the construction of a scheme there, and then we are presently doing the environmental and safety management plan, after which we will now go to the next phase of trying to get the actual site we will use, capture the number of consumers that will be there, and also relocate people that will be affected by the new scheme there.
All right.
So we intend to award the contract before the end of this year. Sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Idowu Odebumi.
Thank you, Capacity Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. I remember humble self, Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. The GM, in the course of your soil wash project, I discovered that in Omu Ekiti, especially Omu Saleh, I want you to note it down so that you can go and verify. The contractor came and loosed the borehole machine and dismantle it in the course of maybe they want to repair it. But up to today, we did not see them again. They did not return to the site to go and perfect or continue the project. So can you explain to the House what has happened in the course of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I want you to realize that we have a lot of players in this underground water in Ekiti State. Everything that we do in Extruwasa, once we start a project, we complete the project. I will have to have the address of that place and try to investigate who actually did it. But as you realize, there are a lot of players in underground water in Ekiti State that we are just trying to make sure that everybody comes under one umbrella. A lot of people will just come, say that this is a constituency project without knowing. Benin Owena will come, private donors will come, and normally they are supposed to route their intervention through Extruwasa, but unfortunately they don't do it. In Extruwasa, when we start a project, we complete the project. We have the experts and the know-how. We do our geophysical survey. Even if you are going to rehabilitate, we don't rehabilitate when we don't have funds. We don't pull out when we don't have funds. We don't dismantle a borehole and abandon it and leave it. It's not done. So we have stages, but I will note that the location, because I know that we did about 4 rehabilitation in Omo area. I'm also sorry again that I did not bring the full list. Omu Jelu. Okay, okay. I will note it, sir, and I will get back to you, sir.
No problem. We'll meet at the executive session. But before you go, please, the Iyemero borehole, what are you doing on it?
Yeah, Iyemero 2 is one of the schemes that we intend to capture in this our next. We'll do that next year, I can assure you.
All right, thank you. We will meet you at the executive session, but please note that members of the committee of this house will visit all the 184 facilities that you have mentioned, and the 12 toilet facilities that you have also mentioned. And every other thing you have done in the last 1 year, the committee of this house will visit that facilities after our executive session. Committee on Infrastructure and Public Utility should also note that after our executive session, there is the need to also visit these schemes. So be sure that we have them in place. I thank you. Well done. You've been doing a great job, I must say. We commend you. But please, next time, ensure you come with every needed details for this house.
Thank you.
At this point, I think you should just go now, take a bow, and go. We'll see you at the executive session. But always remember that members of this House represent all the good people of Ekiti State. In carrying out some of this your project, ensure that in those locations that you have members of this House who will also give accounts to the people of what government is doing. Always endeavor to carry them along in what you are doing. Thank you. Take a bow and go.
Okay. Okay.
Leader of the House.
MDA Civil Service Commission.
Okay, it's a board. Ekiti Civil Service Commission. Yes, can you bring in Ekiti Civil Service Commission? Leader, all you need is just extension of that suspension. That's all. Don't worry. Yes. No, don't worry, sir. Just hold on, sir. Just hold on. Yeah, leader of the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, please, I want to seek the extension of the earlier set down and suspended rule. That's order 40 rule 7.
Yes, it's still in force, so we just allow the order to still sustain the suspension in line with order 8 rule 49.
49.
And thank you.
Yeah,
So,
I call it Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to seek the leave of this House to allow the chairman.
Don't worry, the chairman will tell us when we get to that stage. Thank you. Yes, sir. All right. Leader of the House.
Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, thanks once again. Right Honorable Speaker, we have in front of us the Chairman, Board, Civil Service Commission, and you may direct him to speak to us.
All right. What we are going to do, Mr. Chairman, sir, I believe that you can address us within 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, and the rest we'll do it at the executive session. Yes. So 5 minutes, we are going to give you just 5 minutes. Our questions and the rest will take you at the executive session. Okay. And I believe that because my colleagues are saying, why don't you allow him to sit? And I said, no. For 5 minutes, he can stand and talk to us. Yes. I think that's okay.
That's okay.
All right, please, can you just go straight, sir? Tell us, because we need to meet you, we need to know you, and also your team. And after that, without waiting for me, go ahead, sir. Just tell us what you have done, particularly in the last 1 year. And when I say you, I mean your commission, what you have done, and tell us everything you think Ekiti people should know. We must also inform you, sir, that you are live on all our social media platforms. So people are watching you and everywhere. So you just tell us what you have done, and we'll give you concession. If there is need for your peers to also support, you can just call her without even my directive. Okay. Just call her, she'll come and join you there to also discuss. Even though I don't know the peers among them, but please, you can address us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Olubunmi Famusaya, MNI. I'm the Chairman, Civil Service Commission. With me here are Mrs. Bukola Ogunlade, the Permanent Secretary, Yinka Olushola, Director of Admin and Supplies, and Mrs. Ajay, the Director of Finance and Accounts. As you're aware, Mr. Speaker, the Civil Service Commission is a personnel outfit. It's a constitutional organ that carries out recruitment into the service, promotions, discipline, transfers, and all matters that relate to staff management, generally in the civil service. We have 4 major departments: the Administration and Supplies Department, Personnel Department, Appointments, Finance, and Accounts.
Sir,
in the last 1 year,
sir, if you, okay.
In the last 1 year, we've been able to recruit 540 people into the civil service. We've done conversion for 61 people. We've also done transfer for 8 people. Transfer of service.
Is it 8 or 9?
8.
I have 9 here.
We reconcile, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I have 9 in my document. I don't know. Are we are reading the same, we are on the same page. It seems we are reading different books.
Sorry, I'm using my own,
corrected version?
No, not the corrected version, the original version.
The original version.
Okay.
So we have the fake version with us.
No. I think it's going to be little different.
All right, 8?
I think it's 9.
9?
Yes.
Okay,
I've
9.
been told.
All right.
And promotion for this year, we promoted over 2,000 people. I said over 2,000 because we're dropping some for obvious reasons of some problems that they have.
Okay, sir.
Our major challenges: inadequate office accommodation, obsolete, or do I say dysfunctional furniture and office equipment, high turnover of staff. Nobody wants to come to Civil Service Commission. Then our analog filing.
What's responsible for that, sir?
Because it's a dry land. That's what.
Is there any land that is dry in Ekiti? When rain, we have rain. Of course, some areas now is getting flooded.
And please, Mr. Speaker, I don't judge with my stature. And analog filing system.
Sir, if I may ask you, sir, what are you doing on these challenges that you have enumerated, highlighted, sir?
Yes, we have at various levels, the level of Mr. Governor, level of the budget department or ministry, we have taken them up. And that's why we're here again. Even at the level of the House of Assembly Committee, we've taken it up.
Okay, we'll further look into it.
Thank you.
And it's important. Particularly, I'm interested in this analog filing in 21st century.
Thank you, sir.
I think we should, Ekiti State should continue to set the pace. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
On your finances, what we are going to do, we will refer that to executive session. Let's meet at the executive session on that.
Thank you,
Your
sir.
job is simple: to employ,
yes,
recruit,
promote,
and discipline where necessary.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And we can see that you have done a lot in the last 1 year.
Thank you, sir.
By employing over 540 in the last 1 year. And you've been able to conversion, you have done conversion for 61, and you have done the transfer of service for 9, and also done over 2,000 promotion within 1 year, which is, this excludes even staff of this House of Assembly.
Exactly.
So a lot has been done, and I think that also excludes staff of judiciary.
Yes.
And I think it also excludes the audit commission.
Yes.
Audit staffs too.
Yes.
So that's a lot. A lot has been done in Ekiti State in terms of promotion, in terms of employment, in terms of conversion. We might not even talk about transfer of service. That dry land, there must be rain. Ms. Ogunlade, I think you need to come back to this house. Members of this house would like to have an engagement with you, interactive session with you.
The next is Office of Surveyor General. Office of Surveyor General.
Surveyor General, please, can you say and bring in Office of the Surveyor General?
No.
Eh? I hope the communication was properly done. I hope they are aware of today. Madam Clerk. Okay. On that note, we will just take our resolution of yesterday on refusals to appear. One is for them before the end of close of work of tomorrow must write to this house why a disciplinary action should not be taken against the Surveyor General himself. Why a disciplinary action should not be taken. So, and that must be communicated to this house before the close of work tomorrow. Tomorrow, 9th day of October 2024. So please, Madam Clerk, ensure that the Office of the Surveyor General is communicated before the end of close of business today. So that, and before the end of close of business tomorrow, this house must get their reply. Why a disciplinary action should not be taken against them. If you are in support, say aye.
Aye.
If you are against, say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, next.
Ekiti State Housing Corporation.
While we are waiting for Housing Corporation, I also need to comment on this because it's already on the social media and I can see people are discussing it. And this is what happened in Lagos. The suspension of the chairman or one of the chairmen in Lagos. A lot of people have been making comments as to the Supreme Court judgment. And I saw a lot of people also commenting ignorantly of the law. It is clear, the law is clear, provision of the law is clear. Section 128 is to the effect that if the House of Assembly can make law for your establishment, then the House can also supervise you, can also oversight you, and can also award sanctions where it is necessary. And don't forget that local government is a creation of the House of Assembly, enactment by the House of Assembly, not a creation of the... We only derive our power from the Constitution to create a local government. No local government in the state is a creation of the Constitution or National Act, National Assembly Act. No. Just like a state House of Assembly, state government is not a creation of the National Act any act of the National Assembly. And that is why National Assembly cannot interfere in the state matters. But when it comes to the local government matters, because we need to educate the people, when it comes to local government matter, they are creation of enactment by the House of Assembly. They only have their validity by the law made by this House. The Constitution only provided for that they can be created under Section 7 and Section 8 of the Constitution. And on the judgment of the Supreme Court that some of them are also inking on to, the Constitution is just, the judgment is to the effect that we must ensure that organs, the democratically elected institution of the council is not overthrown. Not that an hearing chairman cannot be dealt with. Not that an hearing officers of the local government cannot be dealt with by this House. I think people need to be educated, and it's very, very important. I've just done this for education of the people. Thank you very much. Yes, Housing Corporation. Where are your other directors before you even take this back? Where are the other directors? Eh? Which official assignments? Okay, take your, we'll do that later. Oh, yeah, take it back. Yes? Go and sit down, do quick. Leader of the House.
Speaker, my dear colleagues, yeah, we have before us this afternoon, I think the GM of Housing has just retired.
Please, I'm not aware that a new GM has been appointed. So it must be in acting capacity.
So,
all right.
I think he's the most senior civil servant in that ministry. So he's representing the Ekiti State Housing Corporation.
Thank you very much. Can we meet you and address yourself properly?
Observing the 16-day protocol, I want to salute the House of Assembly, the seventh Assembly members. I'm hereby standing before you this afternoon as the acting general manager of Housing the Corporation, Adaramola Gbenga Jackson. Here with me, my team are the director of admin and supply, Mrs. Binolo Gumeta Abiodun Awau. The next to her is the director of planning and the research and the statistics, Mr. Ajeni Tokwe. Next to him is Mrs. Bidomotola Yetunde, the representative of account.
What's the meaning of representative?
The accountant of the corporation, because I left as the director of finance and account. So she's in acting capacity.
I don't know the meaning of representative.
Acting.
Your acting accountant, accountant. Yes. Better. Representative of account session.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Like I said, your directors are not here. I know there are just 2 of your directors for now. And they are all important to be here. Yeah? All of them are important that we need to have them here. I don't know if this house will take them, but since the acting GM is around, maybe we'll take him, but at the executive session, all of them must come. I think that should be since they will not be the one talking, let's just allow him to talk now, but at the executive session, all of them, they must all come. All the directors. And meanwhile, you are saying they were engaged well. I think I'm even interested in that.
And we have a case with the police headquarters. So they were invited, and I was equally invited, but I told them that we were having an assembly.
So why don't you also tell the police commissioner that all of you are appearing before the house?
I wrote. Then I gave them.
I say, why don't you tell the commissioner of police that all of you are to appear before the house? What are you saying?
I'm sorry about that, sir. I'm sorry.
Next time we will not take that from you.
Thank you, sir.
Eh?
Yes, sir.
Even the commissioner of police, if this house has the commissioner of police to come, he will come.
Yes.
Eh?
That's true, sir.
All right. Now, can you tell us what you have done in the last 1 year?
Yes.
Don't tell me it was last week you just took over. When I say what you have done, I'm talking about the commission. Yes. And you have inherited both asset and liability. Yes. So you, speak to us.
Yes. To the glory of God, I inherited ongoing the construction of the 26 shops. And equally, we have 113.
Why don't you just pick your, I don't know, where you, I know you are good. Go ahead. If it's in your, if it's in your documents, no problem.
So we have 113 staff which I inherited. Then the 7 the casual staffs. So before me here, we were having some the constraints, the challenges, because most of our land, be that we do.
Okay, don't go to challenges first.
Okay, sir.
Tell us what you have done. Okay. Challenges, people.
We are constructing the 26 numbers of shops, still ongoing. And by the glory of God, it's about the completed. So, and it was approved by the Honorable by Mr. the Governor at the sum of the 57 million. So, which we have exhausted almost. The job is a bit to be completed, by the way. So, we are trusting God. Before the month of October runs out, we are going to complete that. Then, by and large, we equally...
Oh, hold on.
Yes,
hold on. This is also not a complete document, but how many housing estates do you even have? How many units do you have in each of these housing estates? How many? These are the things we need to know.
Yes.
That in, you have Irewolede housing estate, for example, you still have how many, you have allocated so lands, you still have so number of lands available in, what's this, New Inn Road, is your, what you are doing. Maybe you are doing the perimeter fencing of the place, you are providing this facility at Okela Housing Estate. This is what you have, and this is available land, and now you just acquire another, you have acquired another land, as so. These are the things we expect from housing corporation.
The Honorable Speaker, sir, for some time we are unable to acquire any land, but we come up with those the comprehensive things because I cannot say it off and now because the template.
Members of the House,
was not given.
Let me call the Honorable Idowu Odebumi.
The Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished Honorable colleagues, I still remain my humble self, Honorable Comrade Idowu Odebumi. Mr. Speaker, Housing Corporation is a sensitive corporation that we need to go deeper, more than the document submitted to this House. A lot of questions to be asked. One of those questions is, do we even have a befitting housing estate in Ekiti State? What are they doing to put it in place? Who are those mode of allocating lands and many other questions? Mr. Speaker, with your directive, I believe we can easily ask them to go and come back and reappear at the executive session with full details of all housing lands, of all housing estates that we are having in the Ekiti State. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dele Ogunchakin. Right, Honorable Akim Jaba, I will call you later.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Oladele Ogunchakin. I represent the good people of Ekiti Constituency 1. I would like to key into what my colleague has said. A lot of land has been allocated to a lot of people that have been abandoned. And this is causing a lot of security concern in those communities. In Ekiti State, I don't really think we have an housing estate.
Don't let us judge them until we hear from them. So by the time we hear from them, we can now begin to,
So,
yes.
yeah, I want him to appear.
You might think that you don't have. Maybe you have some places that in their facility, 24 hours, they are providing light, roads, network, everything, facility. You might not know. Let them come and tell you first, sir.
Okay.
Don't let us assume.
Wait for that. We'll wait for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Right Honorable Akim Jamiu.
Speaker, what I only want to add, I'm Right Honorable Akim Jamiu, representing the Polyphonic Constituency 1, Constituency 2. What I only need to ask is that, to add is that, why coming to the executive session? We don't want any excuses. They must come with their full team, including all the directors. And if possible, they now have a board. Let the chairman of the board come with them. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Unless you have anything contrary, I think we are good on that. Most importantly, because the man here is very new on this job. That is why I will not even want to put him on the spot right away. I think you just took over last week. Yes, even though you've been there. That is, the saying yes is just, I am only trying to get cover for you. Forget about your yes. Which yes? You've been there all along. You can speak to everything. I know you in the days of yours. So don't say yes. But don't worry, you just took over. We will ask you to come to the executive session. When you are coming, listen, come with all your directors. And come with every details. Don't think you can hide anything from this house. Don't think you can hide anything from this house. The Auditor General's office will say they are the eyes that see the invisible. This house sees more than the invisible. If there's anything that is, we see. So please come with everything. Even before we ask you, tell us this is it. Don't wait until we ask. When you come, don't wait until we ask. Just tell us everything we need to know. But Ekiti people are supposed to hear from you, but because you are new, maybe in our report, we will also allow Ekiti people to know much about your operations and your activities. On that note, I will ask you to just go and take a bow and go, but note that you are coming to the executive session with all your directors, with all details, with all documents. Thank you. Just same way you did it the other time, do it quick. Okay, you are yet to lay your, yes, lay it. Leader of the House.
MDA is the Ministry of Rural and Community Development. And Community Development.
I'm deeply sorry we might not be able to take this ministry today for very important reason. I want them to do something in their account of stewardship, which they have not done. So please, I want you to come tomorrow. There's something we just observed. Tomorrow will be better. Come tomorrow, but please ensure they are number one on the list. Tomorrow. Number one on the list. What I have seen here is still not a complete document. I would rather take you tomorrow. I know you've been around since morning. I think tomorrow is better. Please ensure you come with the leader of the house. We see you. Incorporate those things I have mentioned into it. Thank you. So we'll take them tomorrow. Take a bow and go. We'll see tomorrow. Next. Madam. Hey, madam. Please, you talk by the side. You can't be obstructing honorable member's chair.
Bureau of Public Procurement.
Bureau of Public Procurement, yes. What is public procurement? Okay. Don't worry, the DG is used to public hearing. He has been coming for public hearing and engagement, not plenary session. So,
You're right, Honorable Speaker, and my dear colleagues. We have before us the Director General, Bureau of Public Procurement. Honorable Speaker, may now direct him to introduce himself to the House.
thank you very much. Can we meet you?
House. My name is James Babashola Foloruncho. I am the Special Advisor and Director General on Bureau of Public Procurement. And I'm here with a team of officials from BBP, if I have the permission of Mr. Speaker to do the introduction, sir.
Please go ahead.
I have with me Engineer Debayo, that's the Deputy Director General, BBP. I have Mr. Isaac, that's our DFA. I have Mr. Kola, that's our director in charge of BQ. And then I have Mrs. Bolanle, Engineer Bolanle, that's the director in charge of electrical. And I have Mrs. Bome Ojo, that's our director of admin and supplies. And of course, Mr. Motosho is equally here, is in charge of subventions, tertiary institution. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. The DGS Bureau of Public Procurement, as you are aware, this is account of stewardship, sir. And the people will also want to know what that bureau has done in the last 1 year. Also, we also want you to know that, what's that? We also want you to know that this session is also being live on all our social media platforms, sir. So you are being watched all over, not just in Ekiti State, not just in Nigeria, outside the country. You are live on our social media platforms such as YouTube and Facebook. So what we need from you now is what your bureau has done in the last 1 year. Thank you, sir. You can start.
Mr. Speaker, sir, just like you rightly said, because I have with me here a brief of 8 paragraphs, which has been circulated to members, but not to waste our time, I will go straight away to...
Did I hear a bill?
Brief.
Oh, brief, okay.
I have a brief of 8 paragraphs, which has been circulated to members. But in order not to waste time, sir, I will just go straight away to the activities.
That's page 4.
And that is paragraph 5.
Yes.
Paragraph 5.
That's page 4.
Page 4, yes, sir. Paragraph 5, page 4, that has to do with the major activities and achievements from January till August 2024. And the first one is that we carried out routine contract vetting and review, whereby 340 certificates of no objections were issued between the months under review. And that 340 certificate of no objection, popularly called KONO, amounts to the sum of 335 billion 692 million 978,228 naira. And also from the KONO we issued, it is important that I let this honorable house know that after the issuance of KONO, the procurement process proceeds to either the State Tenders Board or the Ministerial Tenders Board, depending on the threshold. For now, if the threshold is less than 20, it goes to Ministerial Tenders Board. If the threshold is between 20 and 50 million, it goes to the State Tenders Board. If it is above 50 million, after State Tenders Board, it goes to ESCO for ratification. And it is after the ratification by ESCO or the State Tenders Board, or approval of the Ministerial Tenders Board, that it proceeds for the issuer of issuance of the contract agreement by cabinet. And it is after the issuance of the contract agreement that we can now issue what we call certificate of payment. So certificate of payment follows certificate of no objection after approval by either ESCO Council or the STB or the state, the ministerial standard board, depending on the threshold. So as to that, 332 certificates of payment were issued within the period under review, sir. And this amounts to the sum of 113 billion, 11 million, 423,038 naira, 72 kobo. Then number two, we carry out routine monitoring exercise to ensure value for money and compliance with standards. To this end, we attached as Annexure 1 and 2, Annexure 1, 2, and 3 for the reports of the projects that we are monitored. The road projects monitored is attached as Annexure 1. The projects on other implementation attached at Annexure 2 and 3. Those are the annexures, sir. Time will not permit me to be going to the details of those monitoring reports, but we have all the details in the annexures with us. Number 3, we ensure the implementation of the e-procurement by sustaining and maintaining the server, the digitization server, to make sure that all the records that are saved in the cloud are preserved. And this is enhanced through the following, what we call the e-certificate, that is the CONO and COP that I mentioned, then the e-vendor registration, the e-vendor evaluation, the CDS, that is the open contract portal, and then continuous digitization of the procurement activities and records. Sir, it should be noted that the procurement process to renew the e-portal has gotten the approval of Mr. Governor. That is our beef food portal, and this is done in partnership with European Dynamics. Number 4, sir, within the period under review, we organized what we call 2024 procurement clinic for ESCO members and all accounting officers in the state. This was actually done on the 19th of September. The exercise is ongoing, sir, because we still have 3 more layers. And the layers that are still outstanding are the members of Ekiti State House of Assembly, and then we have the directors of finance and account, directors of supply, director of admin and supply, and then the director of planning, research, and statistics. It may interest Mr. Speaker and members of the House that this morning we met with the chairman of House Committee on Due Process and some of his members to fashion out how to actually handle the procurement clinic for the House of Assembly. And I'm sure they will get back to Mr. Speaker and the entire House for a date to get that done. And the purpose of this procurement clinic is to address these important stakeholders with the operations of the procurement bureau. The one we did for ESCO, 6 papers were delivered on taxation and tax deductions, on procurement circle, on budget as related to procurement, women inclusion. Then we did types and methods of procurement. And then the last one was on procurement methods. Thank you very much. So next, that is number 6. The Bureau hosts weekly knowledge sharing session called Sharing Knowledge Webinar. And this is the opportunity we use to make sure that we empower the entire staff of the Bureau with the required knowledge on procurement processes and on entire work life. Also, we host internal training and programs for procurement officers on IT solution. For instance, we hold procurement process on training on ICT solutions like Microsoft Excel, and then on all the collaborative tools like the Zoom, Google, etc., etc. So within the period under review, we have our income and expenditure, and this is attached as Annexure 4. Annexure 4. Maybe I will be permitted to speak to that briefly, so I should. Sir? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So I go straight to our challenges, sir. Well, as usual, we are having, for now, inadequate personnel. It will interest this honorable house to know that the procurement cadre was established in 2020 thereabout. And the first set of officers were actually engaged to handle the procurement process. Actually, right now, we are due to hire another round of officers. But Mr. Governor has assured us that as soon as the issue of this minimum wage is settled, that will be allowed. We are equally having challenges with work tools. Our computer systems are near obsolete. We are just managing. And Mr. Governor has equally promised us that he will do something about it. Then the issue of monitoring vehicles. The vehicles that are attached to the procurement office are already worn out. We are looking forward to see how we can, procure some other vehicles. And then we have the issue of capacity building. We still need more money to do training because procurement process is not cast in stone. We have to keep on moving with the world from time to time. And finally, sir, I come to the conclusion. The establishment of the procurement agency in Ekiti State is a proof that the state government is open, accountable, and fair in our procurement process. This fact has been commended by both national and international development organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the entire House.
Thank you very much. The Special Advisor, Bureau of Public Procurement, and their colleagues, you have listened to the SA Bureau of Public Procurement. We need your comments and your questions. Comment or question? Yes, Honorable Tude, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Babatunde Oke, representing Ikere Constituency 1. DG, sir, that was a wonderful presentation from you, very clear. My own concern has to do with local government. All these director of procurement. What is the synergy between your bureau and all these people? Because you have organized clinic for your staff. Of course, you are proposing something for the House of Assembly. What can you do to also upgrade them? The synergy between you and local government. Thank you.
No, just note the question, sir. Note the question. Honorable Odebubi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. I still remain my humble self, Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. The DG, sir, looking at the document before us, I can see a lot of rehabilitation of arm pumping borehole across local governments. Rehabilitation of arm pump borehole conducted.
You know, their own is just to ensure
to
that
ensure the, yes, because
compliance.
I don't know about other constituency. Looking at the areas that concern me, I discovered that some of those, the monitoring, there is need for proper monitoring. Some of those boreholes are not working again. So I don't know the mayor, the units, the engineers that are monitoring those projects. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Adebite.
Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, thank you, Special Advisor. That was a brilliant presentation. You mentioned something about recruiting. I just want to find out, do you recruit fresh or you select people from the nominal role and train them? Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Honorable Awoni.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir. Distinguished members of the House. I just want to commend the DG for a job well done, especially in the area of the challenges being faced in the office. He listed all the challenges and the steps the office has taken just to solve the problem.
Leader of the House.
I believe this is commendable. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, sir. Just hold on. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, I was about asking few clarifications also. Sir, I realized that you said that certificate of no objection, that is KONO, had already been issued for contracts sum of 335 billion within the last 8 months. It's also important for this House to know details of these contracts that accumulated into 335. In case you don't have it here, we will need them at the executive session to understand those contracts accumulating to 335. Then I also want to confirm, sir, in your release of certificate of payment, do you also take cognizance of the approved budget and also doing that? And it's important to also ask that you provide and furnish us with those contracts that payment, certificate of payment had already been issued, details, so that, you know, from the KONO, certificate of no objection, and to certificate of payment, we will know how much has been paid on each of those, those that have received certificates of payment, COP. I think it's important. Yes, I was about asking about the e-procurement in the state. I know that you are sustaining it, and it's very, very important. So please, I will also encourage you, sir, to continue to maintain that, because that has also put us on the on good pedestal when it comes to accountability in Nigeria. And I know that has earned us a lot of respect, and not just respect alone, has earned us a lot of support. And I believe that we can continue to do more in that regard. But these two, unless we have the documents here, but if not, we will also meet at the executive session to look at the details of these contracts that we have certificate of no objection, and those that we have certificate of payment, and to know that how much are we also owing is, though we'll get some of it at the Nigerian, but your office should also furnish us. Then your procurement process, we would still like to know further. Maybe at the executive session, we'll discuss that. Please, 1 minute, hold on. I just want to call your attention to something. Please look at, yes. We'll be discussing that at the executive session too. And I think your office should also be, your office should advise on some of the things that we have raised. Thank you very much. Leader, you can, don't worry, you can sit. We will discuss that at the executive session. Meanwhile, sir, don't respond to this one. Just respond to other questions raised.
Budget, briefly. I want to say that the procurement process starts from when Mr. Governor approves the process. Mr. Governor does not really approve money for procurement process. What he does is to approve the process. And the first thing that will be done after the approval of the process is to go to Ministry of Finance to obtain what we call expenditure clearance. And it is at that Ministry of Finance that it will be inspected and make sure that the MDA is still having enough budget to fund that project, and that in the cash backing of the state, that project can be funded. It is after obtaining the expenditure clearance that those documents are now uploaded into our portal before we download and we begin other processes. So the cross-checking for adequate budget provision is a necessary and sufficient condition for us to continue the procurement process. I hope that is clear, sir. On the issue of local government, I want to say that when I came on board, we made move to actually establish the local government bureau of procurement. And a committee had been set up, and the action plans has been laid when we heard about the judgment of the Supreme Court on the autonomy of local government. It is at that point that we have to stay action on NISA. And up till now, we are still staying action, because we don't want to infract on the Supreme Court judgment. If not for the judgment by now, we're supposed to have established the Bureau of Public Procurement for local government. Because of that judgment, I think we have stayed action on everything that has to do with local government. So that is the challenge and the hindrance that we are having on that. Then on recruitment, when the recruitment was done at the establishment of the Keda ab initio, so many officers were recruited from various cadres. So many executive officers were converted to officers after due process. But when I got to the office, I noticed that it is better for us to recruit fresh graduates to the procurement cadre, because we have seen the advantage of fresh graduates. It is easier if they are actually employed directly to that cadre. It will help us to be able to maximize their potentials, and then they will grow on the cadre, and then it is going to actually lead to sustainability of that cadre. So we're actually looking at engaging fresh graduates on various professions when the recruitment will commence. But Mr. Governor had said that after settling the issue of the minimum wage, we should come up with the proposal. When on our report on the water monitor, on the borehole monitoring, this morning when we came, I met GM Ekruwasa. We met here, and I'm sure you have engaged him. Actually, ours is to monitor what they have done, and when we monitor, we notice what you have just actually said, and we have to write and reply them and give them leeway for what they could do, because our own is to ensure value for money. And we felt that it was because the ecological survey that we are conducted, to us, we are not scientifically done enough. And we made this known in our report back to them. The question now is that they cannot do any other procurement except they answer our questions. If they want to do any other procurement, if our questions are not answered, we will not process their paper. That is the power we have. But I think this honorable house can engage Ekruwasa and ask them why majority of those boreholes are not functioning. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rest my case.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It depends on what the case is being rested upon. But I hope this case is rested upon a solid foundation so that it will not collapse.
Mr. Speaker,
Well done, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for doing a great job. Dear colleagues, I believe the special advisor has done justice to the questions put to him. The rest is for us to meet at the executive session. But, sir, when you are coming, please don't forget those things that we have mentioned that we'll be expecting.
Yes, sir.
We'll meet at the executive session. So now, at this junction, sir, you can take a bow and go. And your presentation was superb. I love it.
Thank you.
And I think other ministers also should learn from the way this document is prepared.
Thank you, sir.
Well detailed, except for those few things that we will need at the executive session. Well done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Take a bow. Dear colleagues, do we just take one more before we go for break? Or yes, we'll take one now, then we'll have a stand down for break so that you can relax your body too. Yes. Thank you very much. Leader of the House.
Next MDA is Ekiti Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency.
Sewerage. Sewerage, no sanitation. Ekiti Water and Sewerage before Water and Sanitation.
Sorry, Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited.
Yes. Sewage and Water and Sewage Company Limited. That's the former Water Corporation. Where are they? Prof. K. No, Prof, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. I think Prof is becoming our regular customer here. A regular face. Yes. I think we must also give credit to Prof. Also following all agencies under him to the floor of the House. Let's let the House just give him, thank you very much. Yes, leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, we have in front of us this afternoon the head of the Ekiti State Water and Sewage Company Limited. Right, Mr. Speaker.
That's the Water Corporation, if I'm correct. That used to be Water Corporation. Now, yes.
You may direct him to introduce himself to us.
Yes, sir. Can we meet you, sir?
Fellow members of Ekiti State House of Assembly, on behalf of myself and management, we are pleased to meet with this august house at this hour. This visit is being led by our Honorary Commissioner for Infrastructure and Public Utility, Professor A.M. Aluko. I have the singular honor to present before the House our stewardship report.
You have not introduced yourself, sir. Your name?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Wole Afolabi. I am the Managing Director of Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited, and I'd like to also inform members of the House that Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited is a successor company to Ekiti State Water Corporation. Thank you very much.
Can we meet your team members?
I have in my team the Director of Admin and Supply. That is Mr. Sorry.
You can mention your name if...
Mr. Pashusi.
Okay.
Then on his immediate right is our Director of Finance and Accounts, Mr. Bisen Dada. On his immediate right is our Director of Operation and Maintenance, Engineer Oluwatoba Opeyemi Sunday. Between our Honorable Commissioner and the Director Admin and Supply is our Engineer Dipo Ayedun, who is our Director Commercial Services.
Did I hear Ayedun?
Yes, Ayedun.
Oh, okay.
But it's not from Ayedun. The only lady in our midst, Right Honorable Speaker, is Mrs. Taiwo Folashade, who is our Director of Quality Control. And the last but not the least is Alhaji Salami Kasali, who is our Director, DPR, Planning, Research and Statistics.
Thank you very much. MD, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well done. Now, Prof was here early. He has actually addressed this house, and he knows that the whole essence of this is for accountability and transparency and for people to know what you are doing. So we will just give you 5 minutes to quickly address us on what you have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me start by saying that our mandate as a company is production and distribution of water to urban communities in Ekiti State. That address sanitation of recent, sewage and sanitation. Ekiti State is a very privileged state with respect to water bodies. We have 3 major water bodies that we employ now. We have the Ureje water treatment plant here in Ekiti, which is about 10,000 cubic meters per day. That is
that is 10,000 cubic meters per day in installed capacity. Then we have the Error water scheme with 104.5 cubic meters per day. It's the biggest of the three that supplies water to produce and supply water to Error, to Moba, Ilejemeje, even by original design to Ado-Ekiti, and even as far as to Aramoko and Eri-Ekiti. Then we have the water treatment plant at Egbe. That is the Little Ose, which is about 66,000 cubic meters per day. That is designed and installed. That water scheme was rehabilitated under the third water WSSRP. That is an EU-supported program, and it was declared open by the former administration. I think in October 2021, the late deputy governor was the one that commissioned it on behalf of the then governor of the state. These three are in operations. The other one is, for now, that is the Tapaji. We're still looking for funds to be able to rehabilitate it. Of recent, we have some challenges with respect to operating Egbe and Error. The challenges for Error is we have a problem with our transformer, which is being looked into by the state. Then for Egbe, we have a groundwater pipe leaking. And even only last week, we had to invite somebody, an engineer from Delta State, to help us look at, a marine engineer to help us look at that. By the time that one is done, we'll be able to produce water to Bonyi, Ayekire, and up to Ijon. The state government is assisting us. By the grace of God, by this time next year, we'll be able to complete the booster station at Ijon, which will help us to boost water to the airport, to the northern zone, to Abuad, to Afebabaola, and even up to Odoado. That is one of the opportunities that we have from this state government. Of course, with Right Honorable Speaker, we also have two other mini schemes that we operate. We have the F1 mini scheme, which is the AT Orni. Only this year, we have been able to supply them with 250 kVA generator that they are using now, preparatory to us being able to give them our own transformer that will also be able to, that will be connected to our pump. Only this year also, the state governor graciously approved the supply or procurement, sorry, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, the procurement and supply of pump to new pump to F1. Then the state is also assisting us to work on Ikere, our mini water scheme that is actually a mini scheme. Presently, because of the Federal Ministry of Works rule that the Ministry of Works is intervening in that place with respect to the express from Ikere and Akure. That has also distorted our production and distribution because of the pipeline. Right Honorable Speaker, sir, and the other members of the House, those are the things that we have been doing. We have succeeded at ensuring that water flows to some areas in Ado-Ekiti. By original design, some areas in Ado, like Adebayo, up to Ikigbichin, is supposed to be supplied by water from Error, but unfortunately, we do not have the luxury or power supply from BEDC. And to do that, for us to be able to do that, we need 18 hours of continuous power supply, right from Ikun. But we do not have. We need to pump from Ikun to Ayetoro, and then from Ayetoro pump to Ushi. And then again, from Ushi Reservoir, it will move by gravity to Ado. But because for us to have the pressure for it to move by gravity, there must be a continuous pumping from Ayetoro to Ishi. We do not have that luxury for now. And the state government is also looking at a way of assisting us so that we'll be able to boost water to the service areas, all the service areas by design. For Ado, one of the reasons that water is not everywhere in Ado, two things for now. One, the design of Ureje is not, the population has exceeded the normal design. The normal design of 1960, it was rehabilitated and upgraded recently to 10,000. Now, 10,000 cubic meters per day, even if we are operating at 100% capacity, that is 10 million, that is 10,000, that is 10 million cubic meters. I mean 10 million liters of water. The population of Ado now is not less than 500,000. That would mean that an average person in Ado, even if we are producing at 100%, we just get about 4 or 5 liters of water per day. So we have come to be doing water rationing by way of doing diversion. We move to this area today. Next tomorrow we go to another area, and ensuring that the day that area has to get water, depending on BDC, we give them water which they can harvest and keep for future use. There is a recent, in January, we have a problem with our transformer, and the one we are using now is just a 500 kVA transformer that cannot push water to the housing, that cannot push water to Okeila because of the size of the pump. And therefore, that is even where our money is. Those are the people that really pay. But we are trying to also manage the 500 kVA that we have. And pending, the one that we have now is being the new 1.5 MVA transformer. That has not been commissioned. By the time it is commissioned, we'll be able to see how we can supply water to most areas in Ado Ekiti. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm done, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, dear colleagues, you have listened to the MD, and I know you have questions because this is one of the one area that is social amenity that everybody will need. So, Honorable Tony Adaramodu.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Don't forget that the water, now the Ekiti State Water and Sewage Company Limited focuses on urban. So don't let us forget that. That's why Ruwasa was here, because some of you that want to talk about your village know that it's about urban community like Oduayedo Ekiti. That is yours in focus. Yes, Honorable Adaramodu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Tony Kendi Adaramodu, representing the good people of the Southwest Constituency 1. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that Ilawe, my town, is the third largest town in Ekiti. According to 1963 population census, please.
90 what?
According to 1963 population
we are no longer in the 60s.
Reviewed, and just hold on, my colleagues, census, and it has been reviewed again, and we have the largest voting strength. There is one big water reservoir in Ilawe Ekiti. It was done during Olabode George, when we are still under Ondo State. Up till now, I've seen all what you've been doing. You've captured most areas in Ado and some areas. Please, I don't know what you are doing, or I just want you to take note of that. If that water reservoir is done, it will serve Igbara, it will serve not only Ilawe alone, it will serve Igbara and Ogo, two houses. So, MD, please just take a look at it and see that something tangible is done, please.
I think we also need to know which dam, actually, which dam is serving that, supposed to serve now because it's not working. Which dam is supposed to serve that reservoir? And what is the, water cubic that will fill the dam? These are a few things so that before we can even talk about it. I don't know whether the MD has done his research around it. If not, you can also tell us that you come back to us on that. But Prof might likely have an idea. So if Prof also want to assist, even though ordinarily Prof is supposed to be seen, not to be heard, but we can give that concession. Yes.
Thank you.
We'll take all the questions. Honorable Abiodun Babatunde Fawekun.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues. I am Babatunde Abiodun Fawekun. I represent the Constituency 1. Good afternoon, Mr. MD. I noticed that Ido Ekiti, Ido local government, and Ekiti North Federal Constituency 2, which comprises of Moba, Ilejemeje, and Idosi, get water from Ero. And during the last administration, I know there was major overhauling of that place. There was installation of pumps and the rest at Ikun and at Ayetoro substation. And the Right Honorable Speaker was the chairman of Infrastructure Committee of this House then.
As it then was.
As it then was, thank you. And I was a member of that committee. And we knew the kind of work that was done along that line. To the extent that when they bring water, all the pipes started bursting. That they needed to replace some pipe. But I usually put a call across to you once in a while, and whenever I put a call across to you, maybe under 24 hours, the next day we have water. But I've not called you since January, and I discovered we have not had water since that January till now, as I speak with you. There has not been water on that. How can we be the landlord of water and still be starving of water?
Oh, you are landlord of water?
So, and coming to your account of stewardship, sorry, this is not page. I don't know. Okay.
It's page.
Sorry, it's page. On page 8. Number 4 and 5. These jobs were done directly under the managing director. And I can see the contractual sum. This is a bit high for a direct labor project. I want you to explain that. Thank you.
You mean 4 and 5? But 5 only says that the first phase is being handling internally as ongoing. Where they will explain to that? Yes. Yes, thank you. Yes, Honorable Awoniyi. I can see too many hands. Let's make it short, please.
Yes, sir. The Right Honorable Speaker, sir, distinguished members of the House. I am Honorable Jacob Adeyemi Awoniyi. I'm representing Member Constituency 2. The Managing Director, sir, I want to refer you to page 9. Page 9. I just need clarification where we have schedule of revenue and recurrent expenditure. Under revenue, there is a sales general, where we have 8,500,000 as 2024 budget, approved budget. But we have been able to realize 26 million 328, 200 naira and 15 kobo. Now I want to know how you were able to achieve that, especially in, I want to know the definition of your sales general. Then I want to know how you have been able to achieve that, to realize that 26 million, when your budget, even the approved budget is 8.5. Although it's good, but I want to know the magic that you use to achieve that target. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable. Okay, it seems Honorable Okuchake is no longer, well, I saw you raising your hand the other time. You still have your question? All right, thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am Oladele Okuchake. I represent the good people of Ekiti East Constituency 1. The GM, I've listened to your account of stewardship, and I realize it looks like we are still battling on how to provide basic life of water for people. Life is essential, water is essential to life. And even the body component, water is made of about 75% of it. And human being can even live without food for a month, but cannot live without water for 3 days. This is lacking in the state. A lot of government are becoming in and out, and they are unable to resolve the issue of water. When exactly are we going to get it right? And what are the strategies, the goal you have in place to actually put it right? We don't want to come here, listen to paperwork, stories, every time, every regime. This regime has a goal, a 7-point agenda, where to make that water is essential as having electricity. It's a way of life. We cannot do without water. Adequate, quality water, a drinkable one, is essential for every citizen of a state. And I want you to make use of your good office to address this concern. Thank you.
Honorable Babatunde, okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dear colleagues, I'm Honorable Babatunde, okay, representing Ikere Constituency 1. MD, sir, my first observation has to do with the name on this document. It is tag Ekiti State Water Corporation. Are you still answerable to that name? Because on the other paper, I see another name on your document, Ekiti State Water Corporation. So I believe by now you should answer the name that you are being called properly on your document. And also, on page 2 of your documents.
Really, I wanted to say the person who prepared this document, but I now realize I cannot say it because the MD appended his signature. And he can no longer deny the document, he has already appended his signature. Yes. So he is the maker of this document. That's the challenge I'm having. I wanted to say the document was prepared by somebody else, but the signature of the MD is there already. So you are the maker of this document. That's the implication. Please note that, and are you seeking the leave of this House to amend it, to read your true nomenclature as the Ekiti State Water and Sewage Company Limited? All right, dear colleagues, and amendment has been made, so let us take it as Ekiti State Water and Sewage Company Limited. Thank you.
Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, sir. It's actually Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited. I've seen about 1930-930. Yes. There is no state.
This is what you ought to have done, not us.
That's supposed to be the name.
That's what you're supposed to write. This is what you gave us only is Water Corporation. We are only trying to tell you that you didn't, what you gave us did not reflect what you just mentioned. And we are trying to help. And you are now quoting RC number for us. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Even in the documents, the MD keeps referring to corporation. We have functions of the corporation. And even under the function of your corporation, you said to control and manage all water works vested under the edit. Edit establishing the corporation. edit establishing the corporation. You are no longer a corporation, and I believe it is not edit that established your company.
At
so
all.
Please,
It's a
let
law.
us be careful with all these documents. This is a public document, please. Yes, that will take me to page 4. Yes, you talk about, are we together, MD? Page 4, mini water supply scheme, and you mentioned a Kere water supply scheme, BOW, yet to be completed. I didn't get you clearly the other time. I know you mentioned a Kere, but I don't think you were referring to this particular project. So I need explanation on this. And also, I believe if you check the record of the company very well, there is one stream in our community in Ikere, Ebu stream. There was a work ongoing there at the time, but the work was stopped. So I want you to look at it. If you cannot answer the question now, please check your record and check for Ebu stream of our community so that we can get proper updates. Then paragraph 5.0, same page, that's page 4. Construction of new reservoirs and rehabilitation of old ones. I think we should know the names of these reservoirs and the old ones you are talking about, so that we know maybe you are applying even distribution of water in Ekiti State, so that one particular area will not be neglected. Also, you under paragraph 6.0, you talk about third WSSSRP. I don't know the meaning. I don't even want to Google. I know if I check Google, I'll get it. But you're supposed to give us the meaning of that, because you talk about third, which means there was first phase, second phase, because you refer to third now here. And the third, is it about giving money? Because you don't quote any money, unlike the Unbound Water Supply Reform Project, where you quoted $50 million that was given to us. But here, you didn't quote any money. You only said that the rehabilitation was supervised by Ministry of Infrastructure and Public Utility. So I think you need to explain that to us so that we'll be better informed. For now, thank you very much.
Yes, I think that is a water supply. What's that?
By and sanitation sector reform program.
Yes, but it's always good that unless there is an addendum at the back where you now do the interpretation of some of it, you see, a document like this needs clarity, so that to a layman out there, they can also understand what you have written. Not that some of us don't know it, but it has to be sufficient. Yes, it has to be sufficient. I always tell people to err on the side of surplusage. I think it's far better, sir. When Yoruba will say, "Oh, better kupo jujukomato." Thank you. Yes, Honorable Femi Fatula.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Femi Fatula. I represent the good people of the Lagos Consensus 1. MD, sir, I have gone through this document, as good as the document is. From Ikole, Oye area, we will not have said that this document is completed. The last time Prof was here for screening, I raised the issue of Itakpaji Dam. The answer then was, there was no fund. We are still looking for fund. Today, MDDC is saying the same thing. We are still looking for fund. I just want to ask, when will that dam be prioritized? When will that dam go to the list of the priority?
Honorable Femi, I think what we should do is just to ask them to prioritize that dam. Please try and, Honorable Commissioner, sir, I know this is within your bid. Let us also prioritize so that at least that can serve Ekiti. It's not just Ikole alone. It can serve Oye, Ikole, Ekiti down like that. So please put it on your priority list. That's what I would just say on that one. So if we are asking for Wednesday, we might not quickly get an answer. So prioritize it. And don't forget, the speaker is from that place. Very, very important. Yes, I think you can quickly answer the questions.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I would like to start from behind. Thank you very much for your intervention with respect to Itakpadi Dam. I'm not going to say much about that. It is an executive question that requires executive answer. And thank God my Honorable Commissioner is here, who has done a lot. He has been to Dubai with respect to this. He will be in position to respond to honorable members of the House. On Ikere, what we mean, Honorable Sir, is that the mini scheme that we are operating presently is an artificial well that we are also rehabilitating under the Surwash. We have carried out a mini consultancy. We have also carried out an ESMP for that area, and within the next few days or week, we should be in position to advertise for the construction of or rehabilitation of the mini water scheme. However, I must also mention that there is another artificial well. Maybe that is the one that the honorable member meant by AFAO. I don't know much of the geography of that area and their names. That is also being handled by our sister agency, which is the Small Town Arura. So they are also going to do a very big construction.
Surasa.
Yes, Ekrubasa.
Yes. He mentioned that when he was there the other time.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, on the issue of edict, I take responsibility, honorable member, honorable speaker, sir. There is nothing like edict again. Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited was incorporated under KAMA, under the Companies and Allied Matters Act, as it is now. So it is not by edict, it's incorporated by law. So we exist by law, no longer edict. We are no longer a military regime.
It's even, there is a law of this house that gave birth to that company, to now be, which allow you now to go and register under KAMA. It's just by right. The law of this house.
That's right, sir.
Yes, thank you.
So once again, we are sorry for referring to corporation, and it appears we are also confusing the honorable members of the House. We say sewage company, we say corporation. Going forward, we'll be consistent as saying Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited. And we are going to reproduce this set to reach so, and we will deliver to the House. On the issue of sales general, that is just our water revenue. It's our water revenue. One of the things that may have been seen to have raised our revenue as at August in relation to the budget, but because we have been able to do, one of the strategies is that we have been able to meter more households, meter more of our customers. In Nayetoro, for example, all the houses in Nayetoro have been metered. In Ekute 1, Ekute 2, as we reported in this document, we have also metered them with a view to generating more revenue. The red label. One honorable member mentioned from, page.
While looking for that, there is one aspect that I am also thinking, because there was no mention of it, and that is the sewage, sir. When are we moving to that stage? When we can also begin to have pipes that collect wastes, because that's the essence of sewage.
Yes, sir.
When is there any plan around it? When are we waiting to start something around it? I know there's the whole vision of having that company, because we'll be dealing with the water, the sewage aspect of it. When are we even thinking around it?
Thank you, sir.
I said thinking around it. I'm not saying when are we starting.
Yes, it is one of the projects that we are looking at. Waste is how do we manage? The more water you use, the more waste you also have to manage. So we are working on that, but I want to step that question down with your kind permission for our honorable commissioner to also handle that with the House. Yeah. With respect to page, the question from the honorable member on numbers 4 and 5, that we put on one or two things other than red label, on whether that those amount there are too huge for management to handle. The first one is 5 million, which is a extension of dedicated extension from, that is Efalaye. Now, what happened in Efalaye was, last year their transformer went bad, and we had to procure a much bigger one. Why we procure a much bigger one was because we also want to do more distribution to flow into more areas in the Efalaye. In so doing, that scheme is the only scheme that we have that does not have a dedicated transformer. So we still use the community's transformer. So by the time this transformer was delivered and we mounted it, there was a distance between the transformer for the community and our own water pump that we needed to use. To extend by the reclaim wire. We need to install and extend reclaim wire so that we can reach the transformer and connect from that transformer to power the new pump. That's essentially what we're doing. As we want to do it by the
sorry, thank you very much. You've done a great deal. We'll take you at another time, maybe at the executive session to get more. Why we allow you this time is because we know people will want to know more about what is happening, particularly when it comes to water, which is a social amenity that is essential, of course, essential one. And that's why we take this much time on you. But it seems we don't have the time again. But please, at the executive session, please get prepared to answer further questions. And again, we will look into your finances. Yes, the Honorable Commissioner, thank you for coming. Even though he said you will answer questions on the sewage, I will allow you to quickly and do justice to that. Just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hold on, please. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Obi?
Just...
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, let me be frank about EWSC, Ekiti Water and Sewerage Corporation. It was established without stating it to indicate that it is a privately held company, even though the government has the full shares about it. But we are in a transition period where it will transit from the corporation to a corporation where it is budgeted under this house to a corporation where it is likely that it is by subvention. It will come. Quite frankly, a company should not be coming to a house for hearings like this.
Of course, I agree with you.
So if you see corporation in our name,
because you are still drawing money from Ekiti State covers
in the regular manner in which, and as time goes on, that will not occur.
I agree.
So let's first put that very clearly. The second issue about the sewerage is that, in fact, one of the major reasons why the corporation was set up was to address this sewerage issue. But we also understand that just as we have problems with getting water through pipes, we will also have problems with getting even sewerage through pipes. So we have, for now, indicated that we should first concentrate on ensuring that we have water through pipes as much as possible.
Okay.
And plan, commission consultancies to address sewerage through pipes. Because remember that a sewerage
site must be far away from where populations are.
Yeah.
So even though populations are where the sewerage is created, but you must have that sewage sent away, far away.
At least because of the harmful substances and the
and
pathogens.
and odor
Yeah.
and all of those.
Yeah.
The 1 minute I have left is the one in which I want us to really understand the problem of water in the state. When I came here the last time, I said, in this Nigeria, Ekiti is probably the most blessed in terms of water. But we're also the least blessed in terms of electricity. And it is only when I got into this seat that I knew the real relationship between electricity and water. That unless we solve our electricity problem and get away from depending on the national grid, we will never solve our water problems from Egbe, Ero, Ureje, and eventually Itakpaji.
And eventually Itakpaji.
I will come. The last issue is the Itakpaji one because of the issue of prioritization. So the understanding right now is that we must find independent power supplies for the dams. Because if we are waiting for a certain amount of power for 18 hours, 20 hours from the national grid, we will never get it. We may be able to supply to maybe 2 kilometers around the dams, but that is not what the dams were identified for. And I can assure you that every single proposal we make about electricity in this state is centered around the dams, centered around the special agri-processing zone, where Itakpaji is, and centered around the Ekiti knowledge zone.
Thank you, sir.
Itakpaji is
just,
in the...
okay, talk about Itakpaji and close.
Itakpaji is in the agri-processing zone. It is the highest priority dam that we have in the state right now.
Good to know.
Whether it is the Sustainable Power and Irrigation Project, whether it is the Nigerian Delta Power Holding Company project that we are on, whether it is the Renewable Energy Agency. So 3 different projects we have Itakpaji for them. We have the NDPHC, we have the REA, and we have the SPIN project. All of them have Itakpaji centered around
good
them.
Good to hear that. And I know people at home will be very happy to hear this. Thank you very much. Please, can you just go and take a bow? We'll meet at the executive session. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, maybe before we just go on this 10 minutes break, can we just take Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency? It's a very small agency, so that we know we only have Akatangena and Finance to deal with. Yes, let's quickly take Ekiti Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency. Ekiti State Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency. Second at a time. Prof is still part of this again. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Thank you. Okay. Please meet you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the member of the House of Assembly. My name is Engineer Oshalade Ayodele. I'm the General Manager of the State Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency. So with me is our professor, which is the Honorable Commissioner for Infrastructure and Public Utility, Professor Bolaji Aluko. Also, we have the two directors present with me. I have Engineer Mrs. Ogunluyi Opis. Is the Director, Enforcement and Customer Relations. I also have Engineer Alake Oluwagbenga Samuel. Is the Director, Technical Services and Inspection. Thank you very much.
Please to tell us what you have done. Please go straight.
Okay, thank you very much. We are, Ekiti State Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency is a new agency of the government. We came into being by the virtue of the provision that we have in the State Water Sanitation and Hygiene Law 2021 that led to the establishment of the agency as a regulatory agency. The agency, because the sector has been left unregulated for a very long time, we need the reform that we came after actually led to the establishment of the agency to stabilize what we have in the sector.
1 minute. Please, dear colleagues, just an announcement. Since it's just, we only have 2 left, there is an opinion that we just take the 2 so that we close once and for all. After this, let's just take the 2 so that we'll forget about break now. We'll just go straight. Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So we came in as a regulator in the sector because of the sector has been left unregulated for a very long time. And because of the reform in the sector, we have gone through the water supply and sanitation reform sector project, and we also went through third national ban. So we need a regulator to stabilize the sector, and that is why we were established by the law of WASH Law 2021. So when we came in, what we first did was to map our service provider, because the regulatory is actually looking at the service delivery of our agencies and the private sector in the state. So we map up our service providers, among which the Ekiti Water and Sewage Company, Ekiti Small Town and Rural, and also the private sector, as highlighted in the WASH law. We also look at the private sector, the borehole drillers associations, and those people that are involved in the borehole activities in Ekiti State, and the provision of small water service provider by private in Ekiti State. So after that, what we did as a regulatory is to develop a strategic plan for the agency, which we have just completed, and this other one that we started 2024 is a strategic plan that will lead us to 2026. Within the space of 1 year, we'll be able to develop 3 regulations that will guide the sector. One of the regulations is the quality of service that we expect the service provider to be providing to operate within in Ekiti State. And we have, since establishment, we'll be able to register and license, because the regulatory tools that we use is license, registration, and also development of guidelines. Within this space, we'll be able to license about 83 borehole drillers in Ekiti State, 11 geoscientists. I can listen to the small town and the rural agency presenting on the failures of boreholes. Majority of the problem that we have with borehole is that there's no good geoscience survey that are being carried out. So when we came in, we realized that in the sector, we now license 11 geoscientists to operate within the Ekiti State. So they are licensed, they follow our procedures, and if anybody has issue with them, because as a regulator, we have to protect the service provider, we are also to protect the customers, and we also protect the government investment. So in doing that, we've recognized them, and we have licensed them, they are operating within the Ekiti State. Also on the issue of the borehole drillers, we also licensed and registered 6 rig machines, drilling machines that operate in the state. Gone are the days when people will just bring their rig and come into the state and continue to drill without the notice of the government. So now, if anybody is coming in with this rig, he has to be registered with our regulatory agency so that we'll monitor properly what the activity they are doing in Ekiti State. So I also want to say that because of the regulation that we have developed, we're able to develop another tariff setting guideline so that people, the customers, can be protected in terms of what they are going to pay for the service being rendered by the service providers. More importantly, one of those ones that we've done that stabilize the sector is the issue of sachet water tariff that we are able to do, that they cannot increase the price of sachet water anyhow without making any recourse to us. So that's what we have done in that area. Also, we are able to issue permit for the drilling of borehole. Between last year and now, we're able to issue a permit of about 125 drilling permits to drillers in Ekiti State. Also, I want to note that because we are the regulator in the sector, we're able to also support and lead in the preparation of a policy, institutional, and regulatory plan for the sector, which was sponsored by the World Bank under Watch program, that have actually attracted about $500,000 to the government.
Very much, thank you.
Very much.
You have done well. I know you're a regulatory agency, which is, but please also don't forget that probably you are not aware that there is a law in this state, regulation approval law in Ekiti State, which also required that all your regulations must also be submitted to the House of Assembly for approval. So I can see that you have so many regulations, and none of it has been submitted to this House. Please ensure you have that. Committee on Media, I think you need to also enlighten, let there be an awareness of that law. The law was accepted to, was it late last year or early this year? Early this year. And it's regulation approval. And the OSS of that is, there are some MDAs, they just come up with all sorts of regulations that are even not in tandem with the law establishing them. And that is why it's important for the House to look at those. But that does not, the approval does not, we don't go through the normal routine of passing laws. I mean, it can also be done administratively or at the parliamentary level. But it's just for us to be sure that no regulation is made in a state that is in contravention of the law. So that everything, for example, we have in this state an agency that there is a law established the agency, and it's an agency that can also come up with fines. And for every offenses, there is specified fines. Yeah. But the agency also went ahead on its own, having all sorts of, what's it called, price tag for that is not in line with the law establishing it. And these are the reasons why the House also come up with that law, that must be, you must have the approval. It's just for us to know that your regulations are in law and that you are not also acting ultra vires, because it's important, so that you don't allow any agency of government to run the state into trouble at the end of the day. So please ensure you have all your regulations, send them to the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, just Honorable today, okay, and Right Honorable Akim Jamiu, I will just take the two of you. Then any other thing, we will meet you at the executive session. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to be corrected that there is already a communication from this House to all the agencies to come with the regulations. I'm very sure if you check the letter that was forwarded to you, you will see it from the content that you should come with the regulation for this exercise. That's one. Secondly, as beautiful as your presentation was, in fact, you have done wonderfully well. Let me put it down. Your documents, I can't find all those things inside these documents. So please, you have to work on that too when you are coming for the second session. Thank you.
That I was carried away by something else here, so I didn't check your documents. I was only listening to your beautiful presentation, knowing that everything you have said is not even your document. That's, yes, Right Honorable Akim Jamiu.
Honorable Speaker,
I'm Right Honorable Hakim Jamil. The GM, yes, GM, go to your page 2. I need, please explain to us, on your page 2, that's on the first, the only item there,
Yes,
the first IPSAS code. You have inspection of petrol station and business premises. What is the connection between your agency and inspection of petrol stations? I think you are only supposed to regulate water. Do you also regulate petrol? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Maybe I will start from the rear. Thank you very much, sir. So, on the narration on page 2, I want to say that before now, we just got the information that we should present today. Because before now, the Honorable Commissioner has presented on our behalf the activities of the agency when the ministry was actually presenting. Yes, sir.
Ignorance of law is not an excuse.
Yes, sir.
The law that we refer to has been in existence more than 5 to 6 months. And as a regulator,
Yes, sir.
you should also be familiar with every law in this state. So please, it's not an excuse.
Okay, no problem, sir. So I just want to...
That is not to say to you that we ask you to bring it. It's not even now. We ought to have done that earlier. Before you even start the, what's it called? Or before you start operationalizing the regulation, the House will give approval. That's what we are saying.
All right,
It's
no
even
problem,
not,
no problem, sir. We will do that, sir. I just want to draw the attention to that. We are not regulating fire output. Because when the ministry was...
not fire, petrol station.
Yeah, petrol station. Because when the ministry was presented, the ministry presented both fire and regulated together. So by the time we now instruct the account department to produce our own revenue, it's literally erroneously just pick that for us. Yes, sir. It's an error. So it's, yes, sir, it's an error. Our own is regulatory fee.
All right, thank
But
you very much.
The figure is correct.
What would you want this House to do on that?
We will represent, sir. We represent during the
Okay,
executive
represent
session.
your...
Executive session.
We'll meet at the executive session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, you can take a bow and go. And I also again appreciate the Honorable Commissioner for Infrastructure and Public Utilities for your leadership. I can see that all agencies under you, corporations, everyone, you are here to give them that solidarity. Thank you very much. Leader of the House.
Next MDA is Office of Accountant General.
Office of the Accountant General. Senator Tam. Let me quickly announce to the House that the Accountant General had earlier called. Okay, the Commissioner is also following the ministry, the Office of the Accountant General. All right. The Accountant General had earlier called in the morning due to state matter, a matter of urgency. She is not here, and the Deputy Accountant General will be standing in, just like the Deputy Auditor General for State was around yesterday. So we allow the Deputy Auditor General, Accountant General to present. Please, you can take a bow so that we can have you. You mean not your...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, we have in front of us this evening the Deputy Accountant General of the Office of the Accountant General. Mr. Speaker, you may direct him to introduce himself to us.
Thank you very much, Leader of the House, and dear colleagues, so that it won't look as if I have taken a decision on my own. If you are in support that the Deputy Accountant General, having listened to what I said, that the Accountant General is on assignment and a very important, urgent assignment for the state. If you are in support that the Deputy Accountant General standing to render the account of stewardship, say aye. If you are against, say nay. The ayes have it. Can we meet you? On your mic, sir.
Sir?
Okay, go ahead. Speak to the mic.
I am Olufemi Ayebusi, Deputy Accountant General, Funds Management, Ekiti State.
Okay, can you introduce your team?
I have here my Honorable State Commissioner Finance.
Is he one of your I'm not sure he's your member of your
I
team.
just have to recognize my my commissioner. Thank you, sir. I have Mrs. Fotajayi, Deputy Accountant General Management Services. I have Mr. Awe Oyeniyi, the Deputy Director, Joint Account Allocation Committee. I have Mr. Ayodeji Oni, the Deputy Director, Central Pay Office, in charge of the data center. I have Vincent Adeniyi here, is an Assistant Director in the Management Services Department. I have Wahab, the Deputy Director in the Main Accounts Department. I have Omosheke Olashibikon in the Main Accounts Department, Management Services Department.
Thank you very much. Oga Media, too quick. Let me, I don't need you. It's in that I need now. Let me welcome you.
Thank you, sir.
And let me also inform you, in case you don't know, that this exercise is being live on all our social media platforms. YouTube, Facebook, and other platforms. And that same way, we are looking at you now, and you are looking at yourself on that screen. That's how you are also being watched all over. So all we need from you is just to tell us the activities of your office, particularly in the last 1 year, what you've been able to do. And I must also inform you that this exercise is in 4 phases. This is just phase 1 of what we are doing. The phase 1 has to do with the accounts of stewardship. We have phase 2 that will meet at the executive session at a later date that will be communicated to also discuss some details that are needed. Phase 3 is to, in case there are things that will require our presence to also ascertain your claims. So we'll come around to also look at it. And the last phase is, which is just left to us, to also write our report. At the end of the day, a copy of which we are going to send to you and also furnish the appropriate authorities. Come with our reports and recommendation for resolutions. So please, you can start now, address the people of Ekiti State on your activities in the last 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In the paper that I'm presenting on behalf of the Accountant General, I start from page 2, where we have the introduction.
All right, hold on. I have just been informed. Now that the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, who is also the one superintending over the Office of the Accountant General, would like to seek the leave of this House to allow his media to also cover. And you know, by our standing order, we can only, all right, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'll start from page 2 of the paper that we'll have with you, with the introduction. By reading the Office of the Accountant General is the State Treasury, which is headed by the Accountant General Permanent Secretary, who is the Chief Accounts Officer of the state, and therefore responsible for the general administration of the Treasury. For its administration, the office has 4 departments with units and sections, each headed by a Deputy Accountant General. The mission statement of the office. The mission statement of the Accountant General's office is to manage the financial resources of the state within its purview effectively, efficiently, and to promote prudent financial management practices with due regards to principles of transparency and integrity. The vision of the office is the overall vision of the office is aimed at the delivery of highly effective and quality operational services, a core value expected to make the office well respected and regarded as a highly professionalized, competent, and productive office. The key responsibility of the Accountant General is 1.3. The Accountant General's Prime Secretary, being the chief custodian of the government fund, attends the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee FAC meeting on behalf of the state government on a monthly basis, prepares and presents the main memorandum of local government joint account allocation committee meeting. He serves as the secretary to the state account allocation committee, that's SAC. Other functions of the office include the preparation of the statutory financial accounts of the state government, that is, Accountant General's report, media, and annual, in line with international public sector accounting standard, IPSAS. It's responsible for verification, collation, and payment of monthly salaries and analysis of public servants and political office holders. 3, responsible for serving of government loans and public debt management in collaboration with the debt management unit under the Ministry of Finance. Supervising and monitoring of accounts of all ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, and ensuring that MDAs complies with the provision of financial administration and other regulatory frameworks. Receiving all public funds and ensuring secured custody of the funds maintained with various government-approved banks. Processing and disbursement of approved releases for payment on behalf of state government. Liaising between the state government and the banks on day-to-day financial activities of government.
Deputy Accountant General.
Yes, sir.
We will not leave here. Just go straight to your activities.
Okay, sir.
We don't need all those stories, sir.
Okay, sir.
Tell us what you have done. That's what we need.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Major activities of the Accountant General's office. That is, major achievement of the Accountant office. Establishment of quality control and assurance units at the Treasury. That is page 4. Quality control and assurance unit was established at the office of the Accountant General. This is aimed at ensuring delivery of highly effective and quality operational services at the Treasury.
Deputy Accountant General.
Yes, sir.
I think what I need from you, when you say establishment of quality control and assurance unit, you should be able to speak to it.
Yes, sir.
Without reading.
The quality control,
just speak to it.
Yes, the quality control and assurance unit is aimed at ensuring effective and quantitative control of all financial expenditure, income, receipts and payments. That is, the receipt, revenue as it comes in, and expenditure that is made. So that this department is responsible for overseeing the control that is the quality of how these things are being done with regards to prudent financial management and in line with the financial administration. And this unit also goes around to MDAs to oversee the activities and ensure that all MDAs are compliant with the financial regulations.
Yes.
So the unit has just been created and it's not working effectively.
Yes.
And it's able to take care of little gaps that we have in the MDAs. Then we have the implementation of Treasury Single Account. The Treasury Single Account is a collection of what is operational globally and in line with the government directive that all states should pull up all funds into a single account for control and to avoid unnecessary accounts being operated. So all accounts, all income, all receipt that comes to government is centralized to this single treasury account for ease of monitoring so that there will be no restriction where an account will just remain in a place and it's not be captured. So the treasury single account is the account that goes out, that where money goes out to all the expenditure. So all funds goes into that account before it is expended. So the state was even able to have grants from World Bank because we were at 22% some years back. The state now operates about 95% compliance with treasury single account. So all funds expended by government goes out from this account. Then we have automation of expenditure process. In the past, the office of the Accountant General has been operating on paper totally. But now, the automation of expenditure process has started within the Accountant General office. We have started between the fund management department and the main accounts department, which are the two departments that help to produce the media and annual financial statement. So we are in synergy with each other. Whatever goes on in the fund management department goes to the main account department for final collation and for provision and production of a media and annual financial statement for publication and both online and in the media and newspapers. So the state has made, as the 2023 budget, the 2020 final financial statement has been published, and while the media account is already, they are already auditing and working on the media 2024 accounts already. So we have upgraded the electric payroll system. In the past, we used to do our payroll manually. Later, we joined the Human Resources and the Soft Alliance came in, and we're doing our salary electronically. Now we are still, the work is going on to move to another level, where each person, everybody, when you have your salary, you will receive your alert, and you have your
You are only sustaining what you have been doing, not just that. Because I said what you've done in the last 1 year. Yes. I know that you upgraded it. Okay. Yes. That's what you have said. Okay. Yes, sir. All right. Yes. Everybody is getting alert through that. Yes. We know that. Please go to next thing.
Okay, sir. So then the full implementation of international public sector accounting standard, that is IPSAS, which is a global standard that all states, all countries have now joined. So that whatever when you do your accounts here, somebody in the United States can read through your statement and can compare. It's for comparison, and because the standards is global and uniform. So whatever you do in Ekiti, somebody in the United States, somebody in China can understand your financial statement that you produce. So that is the important of this. So the Ekiti State is fully compliant. As of 2024, all MDAs too are already IPSAS compliance.
How about your preparation of your annual financial report?
Annual financial statement is now prepared IPSAS compliance.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. You have some activities on capacity building. So what have you done on that?
Yes. Thank God for the state government. On the IPSAS, that's one of the reasons why the IPSAS we are fully compliant. There is regular training for all the account staff and those people involved in the preparation of financial statement. And all the MDAs have been well trained, even to the extent of the local government. We do training.
Go to your fiscal performance.
Fiscal performance, okay. That's on page 6. Capital expenditure. Capital expenditure budget for the office for the year 2024 is 350,407,408 naira 38 kobo. Though the capital expenditure performance is nil at the reporting time now, but we've got approval for a sum of 300 naira, which we are processing.
300 naira?
200 million naira.
Okay, 300 million.
Yes.
I want to be sure because the Commissioner for Finance is here and he's also listening to you. Yes.
So that is also for the payroll, digitalization, and to make the payroll.
Hold on. I would like you to go back to your introduction.
Okay, sir.
Just read that introduction because some things are agitating my mind, but I know members who also want to ask questions around it. Read your introduction, please. Just read the introduction.
The Office of Accountant General is the State Treasury. The office is headed by the Accountant General, so Permanent Secretary, who is the Chief Accounts Officer of the state, and therefore responsible for the general administration
please
of the
read that one again.
The Accountant who is the Chief Accounts Officer
of the state.
Yes.
Okay. But it seems your account of stewardship only focuses on the office alone.
Yes. Like what we are presenting is Office of Accountant General accounts of stewardship between January and August.
What is Office of Accountant General? That was why I refer you to that introduction.
Yes.
The Accountant General is the what?
It's the Chief Accounts Officer
of
the state.
So if she's to give account of stewardship,
Yes.
Okay. You
okay. You want us to we want us to publish all the funds we have released to all the MDAs, and so we are just talking. We are just dealing with our own office.
No, you can't just deal with your office. How do we also ascertain that the claims by some of these ministries are correct? The chief account officer should be able to provide the overview
of all the reasons to reach
yes.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what we are expecting. That's, of course, your introduction. Am I the one that put this one there?
No.
Simple. The Accountant General is what? Say it again.
The Chief Accounts Officer. Well,
not just the Chief Account Officer of
the state.
Complete it. So, we'll handle some things at the executive session. I think you agree with me that we'll take every other thing at the executive session. All right. But I know that some of you, or probably everybody, one question is already agitating your mind. And I think I've asked the question. So there is no point going to it again. All right. So we will meet at the executive session. Your challenges, don't read it to us here. Yes. If those challenges is what you can meet, go and see the Commissioner for Finance.
Okay.
And settle your challenges.
Okay, sir.
On that note, we will just ask you to go and take a bow. But please tell the Accountant General that when we are meeting at the executive session, kindly provide answer, particularly as the Chief Account Officer of the state. And that is exactly where we want her to meet us, as the Chief Account Officer of the state. Thank you very much. You and your team can go and take a bow.
Thank you, sir.
We'll meet at the executive session. Thank you. No, since the commissioner is here, you just leave him. You go so that we don't break his neck. Please lay your documents. You are here to lay your documents. Yes. Aye, no. Aye. This, I call you Aye. Don't mind me. Aye Buzi. Thank you. All right, leader of the house.
The last is the Ministry of Finance.
Finance? These are known faces. Others to go to the other side.
Yes, Leader of the House. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, we have before us this afternoon the Honorable Commissioner for Finance. And Mr. Speaker, I hand him over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we meet you?
Principal officers, members of this honorable house. My name is Aki Oyebode. I'm the Commissioner of Finance, Ekiti State.
Thank you. Can we also meet your member of your team?
I'll allow them to do the self-introduction, starting with the Permanent Secretary, Pastor Dari Jodumo. Introduce your people. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
You can, okay.
So I'll introduce just our directors, Director of Expenditure, Director of State Finances, and DAS, so that we can focus on the substance of the matter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please sit down. Now, Honorable Commissioner, just like I told in your own case, it's different. What I told the Deputy Accountant General was that this is BIM Live. In your own case, sir, remember is it about a year or 2 years now, your nomination was sent to this house. We screen and confirm your nomination. And since then, you've been working. And it's on that premise that we're also saying, Commissioner, come. Ekiti people knows that we screen you and we confirm your appointment, nomination, that they also want to know, they want to hear from you what you have done, just January to August this year, what you've been doing, your ministry. And also, we also need to also let you know or remind you, I know you are well abreast of what is happening in this house, that our plenary session is BIM Live, and this particular session is also BIM Live. So on our social media platform, YouTube, and the rest. Of course, EKTV is even ready to link with our YouTube to also beam what we are doing live for Ekiti people to also know. So I just want you to know that, so that please, you can now tell Ekiti people what you have done. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
What's the observation? Faweku, Honorable Faweku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am Babatunde Abiodun Faweku. I represent Idozi Constituency 1. Mr. Speaker, the man before us needs no introduction. My observation is, this man has run all his program through this house. We are almost working together, maybe on a daily basis, with this House of Assembly. We are conversant with all he does at his ministry. So, for me, I believe it will be a waste of time telling him to be telling us what we already know. But for the sake of...
Honorable Faweku, I will rule you out of order.
Thank you.
I will rule you out of order. Please note that this exercise is not just for us. And we will not do the Honorable Commissioner any good by not allowing him to speak to the people. I can tell you that those who know that he's coming today, a lot of them will be waiting for him. Most especially, they will be waiting. They want to hear from him. And for the image of this house and for his own office, it will not be good for him not to speak. Yes, we know that he loves to, whatever he's doing, to also carry the house along. But Ekiti people are out there so that they know. You remember that we have friends calling from UK, United States of America, Singapore, Canada, and everywhere. Those who are following us, and they know that the Commissioner of Finance is here, please allow him to speak to the people. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, and before I speak, I must first commend you and this House for the innovative introduction of having a very strong online presence and the work you've done in digitizing the operations of the House. I also note in a very good trend, the Bureau of Public Service Reforms has identified this House of Assembly as a forward-thinking house, and I think I must thank you most graciously for leading this charge. I will go straight to the activities so that I don't bore you with the functions of the ministry as you already know. Our primary activity, as the name implies, as a Ministry of Finance, is of course to raise the financing required for the development objectives of the state. Since January to August, we have accrued 231 billion, 494 million, 82,763 naira and 64 kobo against a full year budget, and I must stress this is the full year budget to December, of 159 billion, 572 million, 481,915 naira and 61 kobo. This means that we have achieved 159% of our full year budget, despite having a quarter left in the year. This performance, of course, is attributable to a number of different things. Some of it is that there's been an increase in federally distributed revenues coming from the devaluation of the currency, primarily. But a lot of it has been work that we've done as a state. Some include aggressively chasing and getting refunds of monies owed to us by the federal government and its MDAs. Some of this work we've done individually, some of it we've done collectively as a committee of states, but we have seen significant results in both exercises. We've also fully provided autonomy to the Ekiti State Internal Revenue Service, and we faithfully and diligently pay the cost of collection due to that service as at when due. And so if you add the work we've done in collecting our revenues from the federal government and its MDAs, the work we've done internally in boosting IGR to a place where IGR, the benchmark now is 1.3 billion a month. A few years ago, that number was 600 million a month. And also, the work we've done in looking for revenues from independent sources. We've been able to achieve 159% of our budget, and I believe that by the time the year is over, the stretch target we've set for ourselves is to double the budget that was set at the beginning of the year.
Sorry, please. Media, I think I'm not the one speaking. Let the camera focus on the person speaking now.
On debt management, again, we've been very prudent in managing the state's debt portfolio. When this government came into office in Q4 of 2022, our total debt portfolio was 117.1 billion, domestic debt portfolio. Today, or at least as at Q2 2024, that portfolio has been reduced to 58.1 billion, a reduction of 48% in our debt portfolio. We have been able to reduce this debt by aggressively, again, negotiating with the federal government, and especially on debt owed to the federal government today, we've done a swap of monies owed to us against some of these debt obligations. By doing this, we've ensured that our debt service has reduced by about 400 million naira per month, which does two things for us. One is that it gives us better cash flows on a month-on-month basis, but more importantly is that it improves our fiscal health and all our fiscal ratings in the short to medium term. On arrears management, again, which is a critical function of the ministry, we have coordinated the payment of all salary arrears to states and local government workers, and in fact, have also cleared all deduction arrears at local government level, and the few deductions we have left at state level, we are certain we will clear over the next 6 months. This has many implications for our people. Apart from the fact that monies owed to them have been paid, it also means that deductions from which they fund cooperative, fund their loans, fund the federal mortgage bank contributions, etc., are now being paid as at when due, and we are able to ensure that there are no defaults from Ekiti State workers who participate in any of these programs. But outside of payment of salaries, etc., we also have paid a lot of attention to the outstanding gratuity obligation. By Monday, we would have paid a total of 8 billion in outstanding gratuities since October 2022. 5.4 billion to states, as well as 2.6 billion to local governments. Again, our promise is that as we go ahead, we will continue to aggressively eat into this gratuity obligation. And our goal is that by the time this government ends its first term in office in 2026, we should have at least cleared 6 to 7 years of outstanding gratuity obligations. But I also like to state, Mr. Speaker and members, that it's not enough just to try to clear these gratuity obligations. We must take difficult decisions in the interest of our people and for posterity. So a lot of the work we're doing today is to move people from the defined benefit scheme to the contributory pension scheme. We have done the actuarial valuation of what it would take today to move those on the defined benefit scheme to the CPS, and we'll soon come back with a plan of how to defray that obligation. Because, of course, apart from paying gratuity, if you are moving people from the DB to the contributory pension scheme, the accrued rights due to them will bring about 10 billion per annum in fresh fiscal obligations to the state. I want to put this on record so you understand, and we all understand as Ekiti people, the fiscal cost of what we're trying to do. It will mean that on an annual basis, we're going to have to set aside almost 20 billion per annum to solve both the obligations on gratuity and to also convert people to the CPS. But if we're able to achieve this, I am sure we're all going to be better for it, and we can assure our people that when they complete their tour of duty in government, that the future benefits due to them will come to them as at when due. We also provide a lot of counterpart funding support to multiple programs in the state. Over the last 12 months, or at least since January, we've paid over 10 billion naira in counterpart funding and ensured that the state is current in most of these counterpart funded programs. So today, Ekiti State is one of the states current on the Universal Basic Education Commission program, and you can see we're already implementing now, the 2023 program, and by the end of December in 2024, we'll be ready to make the payment for 2024 so that that can be implemented in Q1 of 2025. But outside of UBEC, which of course is important because of the work it does with our primary education, we've also paid almost $1 billion now for RAMP, with which interventions are being made in rural roads, which ensure that we can move crops from our farmlands to either the processors or to sales hubs, which is a very critical tool in ensuring that we bring down the price of food and that we improve food security, not just for Ekiti, but for the country. We are also we're also involved in ensuring that soil wash, and I heard the water and sanitation guys while I was at the gallery. We funded soil wash significantly because Ekiti State ranks very poorly, both on open defecation and availability of potable water, whether it's in government facilities or our schools or our health facilities. So we've been able to put significant counterpart funding on the table, with which the Ministry of Infrastructure and Public Utilities is now delivering a very expansive soil wash program across the state. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, as of today, they're already implementing that with 110 toilet installations across the state. We also support...
They only mentioned that they've only done 12.
They have approval for 110.
Okay.
So in terms, because again, I'm not holding brief for them, but the problem with soil wash is that it does have a very detailed environmental and social assessment program. And if you don't complete that assessment per the protocols of the World Bank, you cannot claim back the money you have put because those programs will not be eligible for a refund. So, and with all of these programs, Mr. Speaker and members, with things like SOWASH and NG Cares, we also gain a multiplier of whatever we invest in the program based on our performance. So it's not only solving a problem for us, it's also helping us to raise additional funding with which we can intervene in other areas of the state. So whether it's Agile, whether it's Ideas, whether it's NG Cares, the state has spent significant sums of money this year to ensure that Ekiti State is one of the best performing states across these programs. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I also like to speak about some special projects which the ministry has intervened significantly on. The Ekiti IPP project, I believe that the chambers today is powered by the IPP. The easiest part of the IPP project is the EPC part. But the hard part was in ensuring that private capital could come into Ekiti to invest in that project. I always like to say that this project was completed without 1 naira of the state's capital invested in it, primarily because the Ministry of Finance was able to fund the power purchase agreement and provide a backstop guarantee that gave the investors the confidence to invest their money in an IPP, knowing that the state is willing and able to pay for the power being generated. Today, that plant is now being expanded. The promoters of the plant now want to increase it to a 5 megawatt plant, and not just to serve the state alone, but to now serve businesses, especially on the Adebayo corridor. And for us, that's the proof of how to use state resources to ensure that we don't spend our money where we don't need to. The state already has multiple needs for resources, but that we can use the balance sheet of the state to bring in private capital to deliver projects that are of significant value to the state. I also like to touch on the Ekiti Ring Road project. The Ekiti Ring Road project, of course, connects the the entirety of the project will connect the 3 senatorial districts of the state. But we're starting with phase 1 of that project. And why do I think our role here was very important? The Ring Road project is being funded through something called the Annuity IPP program. And I must thank, of course, this Honorable House for supporting, and even your predecessors, for supporting some of these projects with the speedy consideration and passage of some of the approvals that were required to enter into these complex financial transactions. With the Ring Road project, for example, this project today is going to cost us about 27 billion to construct that road. But if we had delayed and if you had not provided support to us speedily, and we waited 3 months, this project would have cost us north of 40 billion today. So just by being able to raise the financing quickly, we have saved the state over 13 billion in cost overruns, while the project today is over 50% completed, and I believe will be done before the 3rd anniversary of this government. The annuity PPP framework we're using, we're the first state in the country to use that framework. And again, we're able to demonstrate that when we say that we're learned people, we are the home of intellect and intellectuals, we bring that to bear in the kind of structuring that we can do to raise financing for our programs. Since we completed this exercise, I know at least 3 states who have now gone back to InfraCredit, a subsidiary of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, who helped us who provided the guarantee that allowed again for private capital to come in here, build this road with the expectation that we can now repay that over a period. Finally, I'd also like to talk about Ekiti Knowledge Zone. We worked with the Ekiti State Development and Investment Promotion Agency to obtain AFDB's approval, the African Development Bank's approval for the 80 million Ekiti Knowledge Zone project. We all agonize and complain that many of our young people today don't have jobs and don't have the expectation of a brighter future. What we're doing with Ekiti Knowledge Zone is bringing together a lot of private enterprises to coexist and inhabit a location specially designed for the 4th Industrial Revolution. As we all know, and as this House has adopted, the future of the world is digital. And so, we must ensure that Ekiti people are not left out of this digital revolution. The zone will be designed as a special economic zone, and that approval has already been processed. And we've raised the financing completely to finish phase 1 of the zone. We believe that by the end of October, we are going to get the first drawdown from AFDB to commence full operations of building that zone, and that before the expiration of this government's first term in office, the zone will be completed and put to use to the glory of God and to the benefit of Ekiti people. Finally, I'd like to talk about our role in coordinating the state action on business enabling reforms. But before I speak to that, I also like to thank again this House of Assembly for passing the required legislation to support business environment reforms in Ekiti State. Some of the benefits we've gotten from SABRE today only come to us because this House has been a partner, has been a co-collaborator, and has walked the path of progress and prosperity with the executive. Because of the work you've done in supporting us, in the first year of SABRE, I'm happy to inform you, Ekiti State met all the disbursement-linked results and will soon receive a grant equivalent to $4.5 million, being the reward for meeting those result areas. And I am sure that if we continue to work in this collaborative manner, executive and legislature, that in the next 2 years of SABRE, we will not only have gotten the most grants of any state, we will be by a mile the most important state in terms of attracting investors, in terms of attracting foreign direct investment, because our business environment will be adjudged the best in the country. Finally, I cannot speak about the Ministry of Finance without touching on an issue that is most important, especially to the people that we work for: transparency and accountability. Again, not to sound like a broken record, this House has been at the forefront of transparency and accountability. And I need to thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, for putting transparency and accountability as a priority issue of your stewardship. Even this exercise we're doing here today is again an example of transparency and accountability by asking MDAs to come and not just speak to you as the House of Assembly, but to speak to Ekiti people to render an account of stewardship. I know that later on in the month, Mr. Governor will be here to again, as part of that accountability and transparency, address you at the State of the State's address. And it shows that from top down, the local governments have been here, the executive is here, so everybody is giving an account of stewardship, which means that we must give our best to the people, otherwise we'll be shown up at platforms like this. Ekiti today was ranked first in the budget state fiscal transparency league, scoring 97 marks out of 100. In Q1, we came second, scoring 92. And so now that we've achieved first position, our goal is to retain it for the rest of our time in office. But this performance is not a one-off, and it's consistent with other rankings. The Center for Fiscal Transparency and Integrity Watch Index in 2023 ranked us first. The ICANN Transparency Audit also ranked us first, and we're only 3 states of 36 who were ranked excellent during that program. In fact, I can say most confidently that there's no ranking on transparency and accountability that is done today at subnational level that does not rank Ekiti State in the top 3 by any standards. And you can see as well with the work done by the Office of the Accountant General, our financial statements are published very quickly. Within 6 months of the year end, our financial statements are published online and in newspapers. Our procurement records are up to date. Tomorrow and Friday, we're going on a budget, exercise session, right? Again, to get a consultative budget session with the people to get their inputs in our budget. So across board, on all transparency and accountability indicators, we rank very well. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, members, the ministry expresses its gratitude to all our stakeholders, but most especially to this House of Assembly. You have been very critical partners in development. The work you do is what allows us to do what we do. Without your support, without speedy passage of bills, without speedy approvals of requests we bring to you, this revenue performance and indeed this overall performance would not have been possible. So I thank you most profusely for your support to us, and this brings my presentation to an end. Thank you very much.
Very much, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance. Dear colleagues, you have listened to the Honorable Commissioner, so I will just take a few comments and questions if there is any. So, Honorable Tunde Oke, your question or your comments?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dear colleagues, Honorable Babatunde Oke, representing Ikere Constituency 1. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that during the celebration of our 1 year in office, this House of Assembly gave an award to the Honorable Commissioner standing before us for excellent performance. And today, the Honorable Commissioner has demonstrated that we indeed awarded the right person. We have listened to the presentation of the Honorable Commissioner. I just want to say that the synergy between the House and the Ministry, which we have spoke about growingly today, I'm happy about it. I will encourage that the Ministry should sustain the synergy. We are here for the development of the state, and I'm sure that is what you have been doing. I'm happy to listen to some of the awards that we have gotten, some of the accolades that we have gotten in the area of finance. Of course, we know that your work, of course, is part of the reason why we are getting this award in collaboration with Mr. Governor. So my recommendation, Right Honourable Speaker, is that we understand the workings of this ministry. So I don't see any reason why we should ask the ministry to also come for executive session. We can make it an exception.
Leave that to leave that. Don't go to that.
We have
Just
done
leave
that for local government, so we can also extend that to ministry. That's my own stand. We have done that to a local government here, so we can also extend that to ministry.
Leave that, Honorable Tunde. Okay. Yes, Honorable Ogushaki.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Oladele Ogushaki.
Hold on, please. If there is any ministry that requires executive session, it is the Ministry of Finance. Yes.
I represent the good people of Ekiti East, Constituency 1. Firstly, I would like to commend the effort of the Commissioner of Finance for such a dynamic, amiable, and impressive work he has been doing since assumption of office.
You can move your mic closer so that we can.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to carry. Just let it be very close to you. All right.
Firstly, I would like to commend the effort of the Honorable Commissioner for Finance for the amiable and dynamic work he has been doing since assumption of office. And it's on record that Ekiti is going debt-free gradually. Haven't been able to reduce the percentage of debt from 2022 to 24 to up to 48%. I just need a further clarification so that our people listening at home can have a speculated ideas of how long, how many years are we looking at for this debt to be completely free. I know you might probably have some strategy or ongoing future plan towards reducing it, because I can see that about 400 million is being earmarked monthly towards the repayment of all this loan. What are the speculation of the years that we are looking at so that we can know, and what are you going to do in future to sustain that we don't run into such kind of debt? Thank you.
We'll allow Honorable Commissioner to answer after. Just note the questions. Yes, Right Honorable Akim Jamil.
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I'm Right Honorable Akim Jamil. The Commissioner standing before us, as lawyers we say, with your permission, Speaker, res ipsa loquitur. But my colleague,
I don't need to let the Honorable Commissioner know that, some of us were called at the bar, at the Nigerian Law School. Some others were also called at the Josumila bar. And I think that Honorable Akim Jami is one of them.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. the commissioner, my colleague was about asking why you should be limited to just 1 year, considering the fact that I, as acting speaker in 2022, I screened you and cleared you and the commissioner for finance. And since that time, this is the first time you are giving your account of stewardship to us. We wanted you to even go, but in your submission, I could see that you have touched. You started from 2022, so that question may not be necessary again. But I just want to commend you that you should keep it up. And like the speaker said, if there's any ministry or any commissioner that needs executive session, I think you are the one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Akim Jami. Yes, Honorable Odebumi.
The capacity, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I remain my humble self, Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. The Commissioner, I just want to salute you for giving us full details of each sectors of finance that Ekiti State are eager to listen to. The total money received so far, how it has been judiciously expended to Ekiti people. Sir, my question, though the major question is going to egg deeper, but I just want to talk, since you people are working in collaboration together. You know, few months ago, news on here about the good news about African Development Bank. I haven't heard the amount. The people are eagerly expecting, you know, a brilliant outcome from that knowledge zone, free trade zone. So, as one of the ministry that oversight the proper utilization of those funds, what has Ekiti want to know what is really going on in that zone? Thank you very much.
I think that will be the last question, if I can say. So, Honorable Commissioner, please, you have the floor, but please, I will also, maybe the question asked by Honorable Ogushaki. Okay, I will allow you to just answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I'll start with the question about when we will be debt-free. I think we need to answer that question, we need to first understand that taking debt is not a bad thing. And it's something that we need to teach ourselves. And I speak primarily as an Ekiti person. If you look at, before I answer the question, if you look at the amount of deposits that banks get from Ekiti State, right, compared to the loans that are given to Ekiti State people, it's 15% of our deposits. So that means, and mind you, that loan is going somewhere, right? So it means that we put money in the bank, we save it, we say we don't like debt, we run away from it, but they loan that money to people in other places who use it to do business, who use it to trade, and use it to benefit their communities. So that question is an opportunity for me to address an issue about whether or not the state should borrow. And I know it's a fairly controversial topic, but if we want to move the state forward, we need to address these issues. By saying that we will run away from taking debt, then it's like running with one hand, right? We remove a major lever of development in the state. What we should ask ourselves when we do this, if and when we do take the debt, is what are we using it for? How productive can it be? Perhaps, can the loans repay themselves? Right? Those are the questions you need to ask. So if you see someone today, both of you can take a loan to buy a car. You can decide that you want to drive the car and be a big man, in which case that car incurs additional cost on you. Or you can say you want to put the car to use in the transport business, in which case the use of the car not only pays back the loan, it also puts additional money in your pocket. So if you ask me, when are we going to be debt-free, I'm afraid there's no answer to that question. right? Because there's no country or forward-thinking community that doesn't take debt from time to time. But our role as a responsible government is to ensure that if and when we do take debt, it is within the confines and the threshold as prescribed in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. So we have a threshold. If we're above the threshold, we come down, right? So at the end of the day, the 400 million I spoke about is not to pay debt, no. It is just the savings we've made by netting off our loans against future obligation. Now, that money which we were using to service debt before can now go into other things that provide development to the state. So tomorrow, there might be an opportunity to reprice our loans from a 7-year loan book maybe to 15. It means on a monthly basis you are paying less, but you pay for a longer period. You will always have to take a decision at every point in time what is in the best interest of the state. So that's the decision. So there will not be a time when the state will be debt-free, right? Because our development aspirations are inexhaustible, and we simply do not have the finances to meet those aspirations at any given time.
Do you even know what comes to my mind when that question was asked? I said the only thing that will allow us not to hold is when you have arrested development. So
Perhaps.
when you are not doing anything at all, is then arrested development, then you can now say, yes, I borrow money to go to school. I even borrow money to sponsor my younger ones, but we are happier for it today. And if we are refused because of fear, we fail to borrow that money that time. I know I will not be the Speaker of the State today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll just say to Right Honorable Akim Jamiu that I'm happy to speak from October 2022 till date, but you have to give me half a day. And if you are happy to give me half a day, I'm happy to come here with 50 or 100 slides, and we can go through each item since the day you screened me and cleared me till today. I can give you a day-by-day account. All I ask for is your patience and some water while I'm here.
I also think Right Honorable Akim Jamiu is happy that he presided over your screening.
Yes. I was happy that I presided over my screening. Mr. Speaker, before I answer the last question, I just want to get some clarity from you, because I noticed that there are people here who are straddling both the oppressors and the oppressed. And I wonder if a member of the House of Assembly, who is now an elite of society, should still be addressing himself as comrade. But I'll leave that to your wisdom, Mr. Speaker. But since
he's only trying to identify himself with that cadre.
Well, I'm just letting the cadre know that I no longer belong
so that,
to them.
He's still trying to say, I am speaking for them.
No, he's now with us, sir. He's now with us. But to respond to Comrade Odebumi, and I think it's a very valid question, sir. People want to know how quickly will EKZ come to life. The truth is that programs of this nature take a long time. Development doesn't come very quickly. It takes stamina. We started this program, for those who remember, in 2019, when then Governor Fayemi took a delegation of us to Abidjan to meet with President Adesina at the African Development Bank. Dr. Fayemi was not governor when the program was finally approved. So again, that's why continuity is important. Because Governor Yebanji was an integral part of the program from inception, right? On day one of his administration, from the ceremony at the gazebo, we went into a session to discuss how are we going to quickly get some of these multilateral programs on the table, while people were whining and dining. Again, this is the outcome. We've gotten to this point. But from this point till a brick goes into the ground, it can take 2 to 3 years. Why? It's $80 million. It's not little money. Before you are entrusted with that amount of money, you must prove to the lender that everything that they ask of you, you have delivered. You must walk through the Federal Ministry of Finance, because we can't speak to AFDB directly. We speak through the Federal Ministry of Finance. So we have gotten the program now to be fully operational, which means we've submitted every document, we've set up every governance structure that is required to run this program. But
I think you need the National Assembly to even give approval.
Oh, in fact, we got them to give approval.
Yeah.
Because they had to include it in the National Borrowing Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that's the level of influencing that we had to do to get it to this point. Now, when you're at this point, and just to give you context, before you can do anything, you must do an environmental and social impact assessment. You have to do that for both the wet and dry season, right? Which means you need about 6 months to get that environmental and social impact assessment done. We've done that now. When you finish that assessment, it has to be disclosed. There has to be a panel review. The communities that are impacted must come to say we understand it and we are supportive of it. Now, I'll tell you what happened. Part of that ESIA meant that when the community came, we actually returned a lot of the land. Because we then figured out that we didn't actually need that much land to deliver this thing. So 75% of the land was returned to the community. That's why those environmental and social impact assessments are important. So it's not a tick box exercise. We actually did the work. Now we've gone past that. We are now trying to get the design consultants that will do the full master plan of the zone. Now, with due respect to our city today, Ado-Ekiti is not planned. But we cannot go into the past to edit the past. We can only correct the future. So we are asking, who do we trust who can plan this place properly? It means you can't put a brick into the ground, sir, until that planning exercise is done. That planning exercise itself is an international competitive tender. It takes 120 days to complete the tender. We can't shift it. Those are the rules. If we get that consultant, and I believe we are close to completing that process, that person then will need 4 to 5 months to design, because it's not a conceptual design. They are designing roads, sewage, water, electricity, the full plan of what the place will look like. It's not just an exciting 3D plan. So it's going to take maybe another 5 to 6 months. It is when you then have that, you can now say, I want to award a contract for constructing the zone, right? Because it's on the basis of that design that you then have a BEME, right, that you can put out for people to tender. It is when you then appoint that construction contractor that the thing can start. So when I say that this project is likely to be completed at the end of this government's first term in office, it's even doing everything right. But you know why I do not worry about that? Because if we complete it as planned, the benefit to Ekiti people is eternal, right? So if you spend 3 years or 4 years, or 7 years, actually, if you think over 2 terms, building something that is enduring, then the benefit to the people, by the time the thing is done and dusted, nobody will even remember how long it took to get us to this place. So that will be my answer. But the point is that when it is completed, and it will be completed hopefully 2026, the value to our people will be immeasurable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I also believe that your explanation of this has also, of course, for people who are listening to us, we now understand better the issue around ramp also. I remember at a stage some people were also saying, no, you are lying to us about this because they don't understand the process. And just like Ike said that you just mentioned now, and I thank God for this opportunity for you to also speak to it so that people can have understanding of how this thing actually runs. And it's not like in the common parlance they will say, Rome was not built in a day. And I think Ike said will not be built in a day. Just like ramp that we're about to enjoy in Ekiti State, or we have started enjoying already, at least that took us like 5 years before we could get to where we are now. And I believe that's exactly what is happening to Ike. But in all of this, I think the only thing I've seen is the power of vision. People who can see to the future. And I hope all of us can also see to that future. So that when people are saying, oh, we are getting money for this, is the future. And let me tell us, some of these things, in another 5 years, when we have the reality of this, the money being expended that we borrow now, you can know that it can only be maybe times 10, times 20, that you'll not be able to do at all by the time we get to it. And that will also take me even to the issue of airport. A lot of people don't understand some of these things. If we had not done it that time, I'm not sure if Ekiti could have an airport again because of the cost now. And I think it is better to sacrifice today in order to enjoy tomorrow. I think that is just the summary of what the Honorable Commissioner have said around that question, that let us have that pain now for us to also have the gain. Also, it's even not about pain as far as I'm concerned. It's even, to me, it's a win-win situation for us in Ekiti State in some of these things. After all, despite the loan that you are, or debt repayment we are talking about, that has not affected payment of salary, that has not affected other development. I think it's a win-win situation for us in Ekiti State. Honorable Commissioner, I must appreciate you for proving your mettle and for also showing to us that you are a round peg in a round hole. And also, we cannot also but appreciate you for your understanding and for your working relationship with the House of Assembly. This House will always commend you for that. As to the request that whether or not the Honorable Commissioner should come to the executive session, my decision on that is that we will meet the Commissioner at the executive. Of course, his own is more than executive session. Yes, at the inner executive session. Honorable Commissioner, we will meet you at the inner executive session so that we can also look into the details for people out there so that they can understand what we are doing. We want to understand some details that the House will want to see, and we will also want to pay a visit to some of the sites, the claims made to ascertain. But very, very important, the inner executive session we will meet. Thank you very much for doing a great job in the state. It's on this note that we will ask the Honorable Commissioner to take a bow and go, but wait, because we are closing now. Take a bow and wait. Lay your... Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Leader of the House. You can allow him to sit. Allow him to sit. Is take a bow and stay, not take a bow and go. After adjournment, then you can go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, right Honorable Speaker.
And sorry, please, before Honorable Commissioner, sir, there is one request I also want to make. I think I should use just this opportunity. I've received representation from the magistrate in the state. I want them to meet you. And please, I just want us to see what we can do for that magistracy. They need our help, and I think we should help them. Thank you very much. You have spoken around this exercise. I may not bother you again to speak around about it. So, Leader of the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues. Thank you, 27th member of the State House of Assembly.
Who can wholly be seen but not be heard, but today he has been heard.
It's been a wonderful, fantastic section, and I think we are going to digest more on that. The last item, Right Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, is item 2, and that's adjournment. Right Honorable Speaker, having fulfilled all the obligations of today by completing the order of this other paper, I want to move a motion that this House adjourns until Wednesday, 9th October 2024 to continue the account of stewardship of MDAs.
Yes, you may. Who is this? Who is seconding? Honorable Ayodeji Adenyinka Adegbite Adowan.
Right Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Ayodeji Adegbite, representing Ado Constituency 1. I'd like to second the motion moved by the Leader of the House that this House adjourn till tomorrow, Wednesday, 9th October 2024. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Under motion for adjournment, after the plenary, you may wish to join me for an inner executive session, and I won't say more than that. On that note, I put the question that if you're in support that this House adjourn till Wednesday, 9th day of October 2024, press yes. If you're against, oh, no secretary yet. Oh, really? Thank God I have the question. Don't press anything yet. Yes, I remember. Honorable Femi Fatula, Birthday was on Friday. We were not here. So, and we forgot yesterday, and I almost forgot again. All of us will stand for him while we sing for Honorable Femi Fatula. Happy birthday. Who is leading this time around? Faweku, the musician among us.
For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. So say all of us. And so say all of us.
For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all love. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Now, Honorable Dele Ogushake, the minority that kindly wish him well. Wish him happy birthday.
Honorable Fatula, I wish you happy birthday on behalf of the entire House of Assembly. I wish you a prosperous new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, sit down. And you know, God has a way of designing his own thing. Yesterday, I forgot, not knowing that the Commissioner for Finance will be here today. And you cannot bail you out at the end of it. You remember that after this song, you know what follows. So you know what follows. So you will do that immediately. But you are very fortunate. Now I put the question that if you are in support that this house adjourned till Wednesday, the 9th day of October 2024, press yes. If you are against, press nay. Don't forget, you press on it. Yes, on it. You can on it. Yes. Yes, and if you press nay, I will catch you. You know that. So press yes. Yes, after polling, all said yes. Nobody want me to catch them today. Thank you. The yes have it. Thank you very much. I arise. Thank you.